thank you for the opportunity to live in this great nation. Please guide us here tonight to do what is best for our county and our citizens. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We do appreciate everyone's attendance. We're really thankful that we have 7 board members here tonight. Every time we have an appeal or justice for the people, it's always good to have a dedicated board. We appreciate care and hard work in our attorney. Are there any announcement needs to be made at this time?
No, sir, no announcements from me.
At this time, we ask anyone here tonight that plans to speak before this board, please stand and raise your right hand and swear that the testimony you give will be the truth. If you plan to speak on any issue, please stand and raise your hand.
Do you all swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
First item on the agenda, is it to be continued, Stephen?
Yes, sir. There is a requested continuance for lack of sufficient notice.
Continue to the June what meeting?
Aaron, would you help me out? I think it's the 24th. Yep.
June 24th, Celebration Day in Florell, Alabama. We have a motion?
Make a motion to continue to the June 24th meeting.
Second?
Second.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Are there any others need to be continued?
There is a request to remove an application, item number 7, Community Plaza Variance.
Make a motion.
You don't need a motion for that if the applicant requested removal.
In conjunction with staff, yes, it was
Okay.
determined that it
So
should be removed.
So it's just off. So you don't need a motion for that.
So number 7's off. So we are going to deal with number 3, the Herbert Variance request. Who's here to present that?
If anybody's here for number 2 or 7, they can leave.
My assistant advised me that anyone here for item number 2 or item number 7, you can leave because it will not be discussed. Okay, are you here for number 3?
I am. I'm Chris Rutherford of Apex, representing Annabelle and Jim Hubbard on a request for a 10-foot variance of the rear easterly setback.
What is your name?
My name is Chris Rutherford.
All right, Chris, you're number 3. Tell us what's going on.
We've actually got a 15-foot variance, we've got a 10-foot variance that we're going to encroach with the proposed, and I hate to even call it a pool because it's not so much a pool as it is a therapeutic spa for Mrs. Hubbard, which is elderly in age, and I've included a letter from her doctor dated on March 22nd, 2021, that goes through some of the illnesses and some of the issues that she's had. And I'm going back and look at this now, the proposed pool spa that we're going to be requesting the variance for is actually only going to be a variance of 9 feet, not 10, because we will have, of course, a 1-foot border that runs around that area of the pool. And of course, one side of it being nothing but steps coming into the pool, as you can see on the layout, for a total width of the pool being 14 feet. We've tried to keep this as small as possible, but yet as accessible for her also as possible. We've made a couple of adjustments in the actual residence itself to help accommodate for this. We're going to be eliminating some steps because she will also be installing either a hydraulic or an electric lift to be able to get her to that first deck level of the house. So the stairs that you may see on the survey are actually going to be eliminated, and as I mentioned, probably going to be either electric or a hydraulic. The reason for this pool, again, as I mentioned, is for medical reasons for the owner of the property.
Is she wheel-bound? Is she wheelchair-bound?
Not yet. No, sir, she is not. However, she is, I hate to say close, but likely close to it. You know, we've installed, we met y'all here probably a year ago for the elevator shaft, which has been installed in the property. We're not 100% complete with that project yet. However, also medical reasons that that variance was requested, which this pool is located nearly 4 feet from that elevator shaft.
Is this house gonna be rented?
In the immediate future, likely, yes. However, they are selling properties as we speak. He is a doctor. And they're doing everything they can do to get out of Louisiana to get over here into the Walton County area full-time, as mentioned in previous meetings with y'all.
So they building a brand new structure.
No, sir, it's actually an existing structure. It's 76 Hotz Avenue is the house that was actually heavily damaged from the fire from Red Bar. It's the house directly behind Red Bar. They've taken this opportunity to make the interior of the house all ADA compliant. They've gone through and made 3-foot doors everywhere possible. Tried to adjust for switches, cabinets, air conditioning, and that type of stuff to make sure that it's all handicap accessible also.
And the pool,
Basically, they building a brand new structure where a house used to be.
Minus, we didn't change the structure itself, that's
On a
correct.
pool that is, what's the size of the pool?
The interior dimensions of the pool will actually be 14 feet by 5 feet. 5 feet in width and then 14 feet in length. And again, approximately 5 feet of that 4 feet is going to be steps leading down into the pool.
pool backs up to the red bar?
No, sir, it does not. It actually backs up to the easterly backyard. So it'll actually be the backyard of the Hubbard residence, whereas the Red Bar is to the side.
Anybody have any questions? We'll give you the opportunity to come back up in just a second, if you would, please have a seat.
Okay.
Stephen?
Sir, good evening. Stephen Schoen, Planning and Development Services staff. If I could have the staff report entered into the record, please.
So entered.
Thank you. Staff has found that though we are obviously sympathetic to the applicant's medical needs, that the code does not speak directly to a medical hardship, though in keeping with the understanding the board has of applicant's medical needs, we are here today. There does not appear to be a hardship or any special circumstance applicable to this proposed pool encroachment into the rear setback. Can answer any additional questions you may have for me.
Where's that letter? Did you read the letter from the doctor?
Does look like this. Past all the pictures. Back behind the pictures.
Have you read the letter from the doctor, Stephen?
I did. I certainly I read it at least once. There was a cursory review involved. If you'd like to point me in that direction, I'm certainly happy to read it now if there's something you have interest in me reviewing.
I'm good. Any questions for Stephen? Thank you. Anyone here would like to comment on either for this variance or against this variance? Anyone oppose it? Anyone for it? Chris, would you come back up, please, sir? You say that it's going to be used as a rental for how long?
I can't answer that for them directly. However, they are present. I don't know if they can actually speak on the Zoom, but I can see that they are here. I don't know if we can give them.
Let me ask you this. The
Yes, sir.
house was previously there, right? They owned the house before it burned, correct?
That is correct.
And it was under a rental program then, is that correct?
That is correct.
So basically, it's a rental house up to that point.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anyone on Zoom like to speak on this? Anyone has any questions for Chris? Thank you.
Chairman, Mr. Hubbard just raised his hand.
Sure, you have something to say, Mr. Herbert?
He's on mute.
Well, we're not gonna be here all night now, I'm telling you. Go ahead.
We can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Hi, you can hear me? Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, it's not just for my wife. My son is 34 years old. He got COVID. He developed one of those orphan diseases called erythromyalgia. He's got like a neurovascular compromise of his feet, so he has real difficulty walking. So it's not just my wife; it's my son as well. He's 34. You know, a lot of families have physical impairment, but that's what this is all about. We're trying to make the house ADA compliant. But what else can I tell you?
Oh, that's good.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your, I'm sorry I can't be there. I had a root canal today, but I appreciate your consideration. Thank you very much.
We thank you for coming before the board. Chris, do you have anything
Yes.
to add?
No, sir, I do not.
Anyone else on Zoom? I thought when we had Zoom participants, they had to be visual. They don't have to be visual.
No, I mean, again, it just goes to where, it's like if somebody sent a letter in, you can take it for what it, whatever the board wants to give, whatever weight, evidentiary weight the board wants to give it, so.
Okay. Thank you, Chris. Have a seat. Motion to close the public discussion.
Motion to close.
Second.
Second.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Motion. We need to move along now. We need a motion. I know y'all thinking about something. Throw it on the table and let's discuss it. Come on.
The house is on pilings, and
Let's get a motion before we discuss it. We need a motion and a second and then discussion.
I'll make a motion to approve a pool within the previously approved variance given for the elevator, where the pool could be located immediately adjacent to the house but not exceed the setback given for the elevator.
Let's get a second on that.
Second.
What did you say?
Be willing to grant the same 5.5-foot variance we gave for the elevator to the pool, but not allow the structure of the pool to exceed that setback. So the pool would have to slide up next to the house, and then they would be able to finish the rest of the setback for their pool deck, which would be,
So you want to put a 5-foot pool width right next to the house in line with the elevator. So you're going to give them a 5-foot variance?
we've already given them a variance for the elevator. I say we just make that all the way across that.
Discussion?
With that, it appears on the picture that would, you wouldn't be able to get from the existing deck to the elevator. Would you still be able to get around that little portion?
I think the elevator is only access from the interior of the building,
Okay. Yeah, I would agree.
and
There's no steps that come off of that porch.
There's steps on this right here.
They're not currently there. Look at this picture, they're not
Yeah.
there.
in fact,
There they can tear them apart.
Okay.
I have a real issue granting these, I think we've been very sympathetic for the medical needs that come before us. Maybe we've been a little bit too lax when you sit back and look at it after we have our meeting.
It's hard
think
not
it-
to be cynical when,
I think if there was if they live there permanently, then I think that's an issue. When it's a rental, it's been a rental. We have no date set when it will not become a rental. And I just, I don't know. I know everybody has issues, everybody had COVID, and I'm not for this one today. We have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Zach, you appear you.
Yeah,
wanna
I'm
say
trying to put the words. I mean, my feeling is that it's strictly a rental piece of property, the way it's being presented. They're not moving, we don't have a move-in date like you suggested. And, yes, they're upgrading everything to handicap ADA compliant. But that probably just increases the rentability of it
That's right.
as much as anything.
I agree 100%. Anybody else has anything to say? Mr. Henderson, you with us, or you just thinking? Are you good?
Good.
Burgess? Good. Charlie, you don't get the opportunity. We have a motion and a second. How do you vote? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay?
Nay.
So we got 2 to 5. Chris? Pardon me?
It was Paul and Jeff.
Your variance was denied. We appreciate you coming.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is number 4, Paradise by the Sea variance. Who's here to represent Paradise by the Sea?
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Hampel. I'm with A Boheme Design and serving as agent for Paradise by the Sea.
Jonathan, before, I think this is the one we received the email. Have you saw a copy of this email?
I have not seen a copy of that.
You want to read this?
Sure.
Mr. Potts, have you read the email?
Yes, sir.
Is that, is there any issue there that you would like to express your opinion? What do you think about it?
So the item has been presented to the development as a whole. They have a majority. They have chosen right now not to go forward until they want to try to work through the issues with the remaining neighbors. They don't want to just push this through even though they have a majority. So the committee that is in charge of this design, they know they have the votes, but they are not pushing forward with it yet. We talked about this. I have the committee chairperson here. We decided let's go forward and get this variance because we've been waiting, for this item to get on this agenda to go forward and see if we can get this. We started this project about a year ago.
Okay, step aside right there just a second. Sir, come up to the podium and state your name for the record and help us out with this email that we received.
I actually have not seen the email either, so I'm happy to read it. Yeah, okay. So Julie's here, so I'm sure she can comment on this. Yeah, Julie, the author of the email is here. And also one of the first residents in the neighborhood. I think she's got Lot 1A in the neighborhood, so she's an established member of the community. My name is Michael Sutcliffe. I've moved into the community this year. They asked me to serve as the president of the Architectural Review Committee and also to work on this front gate project. So I've been working with A Boheme to try and come up with a safer, better design for the community. That's what we're trying to achieve. The community is trying to remove the gates back, so we have less traffic out on 30A, which we get quite a bit of
How
backup.
close is it, 38 now?
What is how many feet back?
The current gate is on the 20-foot setback.
Okay, before we get into details on that, I just want to make sure from legal counsel that we've covered as far as that email that you feel like that he represents the homeowner association and the review and they're good with it.
Yeah, I mean, they've submitted the documentation that says they represent the HOA. If somebody here contests that, then the board can hear that.
Let me have my email back.
Sure. So just, as additional detail on the project.
We're not getting to that point
Oh,
yet.
okay.
I'm gonna settle this email.
Okay.
Julie, would you like to comment on this? Hilton? Come up and let's deal with your email. State your name for the record.
My name is Julie Hilton, and my family and I have 5 lots of the 51 lots at Paradise by the Sea. In 1995, I believe, is when we first got involved with Paradise by the Sea, so we've been there for a while. In fact, I remember coming to this board when the ordinance was passed updating the 30A project, so or the 30A, so that there was this 100-foot setback. The entrance was already there before that happened, needless to say. The community has been involved in talking about upgrading their entrance and having a guard gate. We have a security guard, and we don't have a guard gate. So that's how this started.
We don't want to get into the details.
I just want to say that there is significant concern with at least about half of the members, and I was shocked to receive a notice on the 19th of May that this hearing was happening when we hadn't even voted on it. And then we had a meeting on Saturday, and the issue was tabled. So I feel like this is premature, and I feel like it's wasting your time. It may be that we come back with you with the same thing, but it seems to me that the community needs to get on the same page before we come to you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'll give you the opportunity to address that.
Sure. So the process the homeowners community used was to create a committee to manage the design of the gate. They went to the board. The board approved the design of the gate. They approved the special assessment. The next step after the board approved the special assessment was to ask the community to vote on the special assessment, all of which has happened.
The community has been made aware of it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So we've...
Who voted on it?
Yes, so...
Percentage of the community that voted on it?
49 of 51 people voted.
Was it 31?
29 to 21 right now.
29, 21.
29, 21.
And you have that that is documented.
It's documented. Now, we tabled the count of the vote because Florida statutes require we have at least 2 competitive bids. We've received 1. We've received 4 that we refused to bid because they're just too busy. We have 2 more builders that were waiting to submit their bids, which we hope to have by next week.
Not interested in nothing except to make sure that the homeowners association know what's going on. I
They
don't
do.
want to satisfy this. You got documentation in your records where they have been.
We do.
Okay. Then have a seat.
Okay.
Go ahead and, are y'all satisfied with the email being answered that we're not doing something against homeowners association knowledge? I am. Go ahead and state your name for the record again.
Jonathan Hample, A Bohem Design.
What do you want to do?
So this project started about a little over a year ago. The main issues was mentioned, they have a full-time guard attendant that serves during all working hours. That guard attendant currently sits in what appears to be like an old phone booth set far back in the neighborhood, and it serves no general purpose because what you have is a gate at 20 feet into the property. You have a gate set 20 feet into the property by a key code. And if someone doesn't have access, you got people backing up and they're backing into over the bike path or into the right of way. So the whole discussion of this design was to figure out a way to operate that guard attendant in an efficient way and help with this backing up. I've talked with people in planning, I've talked with the traffic engineers, and while they can't approve it because it technically doesn't meet the 100-foot setback, they do acknowledge that what we're doing is an improvement over an existing and grandfathered condition. Because the board has or the neighborhood can keep their gate where they have it right now. It's 20 feet, single lane. What we're trying to do is push it back another 16 feet in the development and make it 2 lanes. The 2 lanes changes where we have an owner's lane. And also those gates right now, that gate takes about 10 to 12 seconds to open up. It's a slow swinging gate. They're trying to put in a high-speed barrier arm that opens up in less than 1 second. All the owners would either have clickers or RFID so they can go right through it. And the guard attendant would be there during all operation of this gate, managing traffic. If someone does not deserve access, there's now a turnaround that someone does not have to back up additional cars into the bike path anymore. They can turn around inside of the community and exit. Those high-speed barrier arms that we're requesting would only be in operation when there is a guard attendant on duty. They will not be used after hours. They will go in the upright position because they do have further barrier all the way back, which does meet the 100-foot setback. What they're trying to do is set a control method closer to the street where they can turn someone around before you get to the cars stacking up upon each other. And,
Is that what you're speaking of?
correct, yes.
So you're talking about 37 feet off the road? Did I see 37 feet?
Or no, it's not 30, it's 36 feet from the right-of-way. It ends up being 54 feet from the edge of the bike path.
How many feet from the right of way?
From the right-of-way, they're at, sorry, I've got it right, it's 36 feet from the edge of
36
right-of-way.
feet from the right of way, you're gonna have 2 lanes, and you're gonna have where people can come in and turn around if they don't need to get there.
Correct.
Right now, you ride on the right of way, and people that, time you wait for the gate, gotta back off, it could back up traffic on 38, is that correct?
That's correct.
Tell me this, why can't you meet the 100 foot?
It's trying to use they've always, for the last, I guess, how long have you guys had a full-time guard attendant? 2.5 years. It's trying to utilize that guard attendant to better control this access into the community and manage it right there.
Do you have room for a 100-foot gate without blocking any of the neighbors coming in?
There is still at the 100-foot setback, there would be the night gate back there. What they're trying to do, though, is operate this during the day because they have a lot of construction traffic. And honestly, this area between Alice Beach and Rosemary Beach is highly congested. They have a lot of problem with people trying to get into the development, whether it's for beach access, whether it's just to look around. And that's why they have this full-time guard attendant right now.
But is it not your testimony that you have the ability to have a 100-foot setback that is required by the code without interfering with the interior lot of someone trying to enter that property?
They do have the ability to have a 100-foot gate setback.
The reason you don't want to do that because you want a guard setting up closer to police whoever comes in and not give them the 100 foot.
That is correct.
I don't understand the difference in 36 feet and 100 foot is roughly 70 some odd feet.
At 100 feet, they can't work the guard. I mean, you would have to drive beyond the guard to get to the 100-foot setback. So what and since we've had, this has all been submitted, I have been asked questions and talked with traffic and technical in planning. And that was one thing they asked was, the whole reason of this 100-foot setback is this code was written for a single lane entrance to development. It does not take into account the size of the development, the number of lots. It doesn't take into account the type of gate. So that's why we're here, because everything we're doing greatly improves the situation. And since that conversation, talking with people in traffic planning, was the 100-foot setback gives you, under the current guidelines, stacking for 5 vehicles. We're currently at 36 feet into the property and 54 from the sidewalk. If we could push that to 40 feet, that's going to put you well beyond 60 feet from the sidewalk, and I'm going to 2 lanes. That's 12 cars for stacking versus the 10 that the county's asking. If we go to 2 lanes, we've basically met the intent of the code, which is stacking for 5, and we're providing stacking for 6.
Are the lanes going to be in or exit?
You have 2 lanes going in and 1 lane out. So you have they're going to have an owner lane and a guest lane going in, so 2 lanes going in, similar to like, I guess, a Sandestin setup.
You're going to have 3 lanes? Total, you're going to have 3 lanes?
Correct, yes.
3 lanes, 36, that's close to 100, isn't it? Could look at it like that, right?
The other issue that we do have is rank under the parking. We put a gate right there that is the primary gate. If they're not supposed to be there, which is.
Y'all don't have to move the gate. The code enforcement hasn't come along and say you gotta move the gate. You're doing this to improve the neighborhood. Any questions?
Currently, if they were to approve it where you've got it, they could open the gate, let the people drive through, and then turn around.
That's what we would do during the day.
So they would just turn around, not have to back up.
That drawing shows the 100-foot gate setback inbound of that gate.
That's the inbound lane, this is
The other gate is behind that 100-foot setback.
Correct. It's right at the corner of the HOA property and the first residential lot.
You can kind of see this road as the first driveway.
Right, so the night gate meets the 100-foot setback requirement.
Correct, and that would be the
Variance.
only gate in operation when there is not a guard attendant operating this one to avoid stacking.
Got two gates.
The code doesn't really address the guard shack concept of monitoring people coming in and out.
And that was, the early questions was, it was not even clear at first whether this was needing a variance, because the code does not specify these high-speed barrier arms that are manned by a guard attendant. It just says gate. Technically, this is a barrier arm. It's not a decorative gate, slow opening with a keypad. It's a different, it works very, different in the whole speed, the efficiency and everything, but it was in talking with Stephen and Tim Brown early in the process, it was, okay, we're gonna have to, consider this a gate, and you will need to go before variance before moving forward with the DO request.
And you're sure there's 3 lanes there?
So there's two entrance lanes here.
Yeah.
Okay, and then there's a turnaround lane, and then there's
Okay. And one outbound. We were counting inbound, I think.
Right, what he was saying is that there's room for 6 cars to stack at the swing arm
Yeah.
without blocking the bike.
12, space for 12 cars here.
I think I misunderstood when he was talking about the 100 feet, like 3, 36, 36, 36, all.
Talking about an emergency.
They
Never
were.
mind.
Either way, go ahead.
I'm a little confused here. I mean, you already got a gate at 100 foot?
No.
No, we don't have one.
They don't have one yet. No, currently the gate is yes.
You're gonna
correct.
put 2 gates up?
They do. They want the gate at the 100-foot will be the decorative, slow-moving gate that just operates at night. This is gonna be a high-speed barrier arm. They will keep that one open during the day, so it's not wearing and tearing, and operate with a guard attendant operating at this one. There's no way for them to efficiently have a guard attendant with a turnaround if we're setting this back at 100 feet is the issue. And even talking with, like Chance Powell, when he was asking questions about, well, why are you doing this? Why don't you rotate? He said, why don't you switch the mail room and the guard gate to push another distance in there? But, that creates another set of problems. We'd be putting the mail building right adjacent to 30A outside where anyone can walk into the mail building, which they don't really want. But it just, from an efficiency standpoint, then say a UPS delivery comes, the mail guy comes, he's blocking the road. We have to get all of that traffic further into the development to allow everyone to loop around it.
I hear you, but I just don't. Is crime that bad in South Walton? Y'all got to have a guard? Is it?
We do have quite a few people trying to get them to make it. Unfortunately, sometimes they're.
We'll give you the opportunity to come back up in just a little bit. Thank you. Stephen, give us a little insight of what you think.
If I could have the staff report into the record, please.
So enter.
Great, thank you.
On with the email.
Along with the
That's correct, along with the accompanying
other
emails,
emails
please.
that should be on up on the dais.
Be more of support along with the.
Marked as number 4 for the agenda item.
2, 4, and 6.
And the ones that are just marked number 4, there should be
I believe number 4 should be the Montgomery. I may have been looking at a bad,
Like this.
Okay.
or I was just confused about what the mail was for, the email was for. So that particular,
104 Montgomery Street, is that a question here or not?
it is an item. It is not for this particular item.
Okay,
I
so
apologize
that-
for that confusion.
Okay, we're gonna scratch that through that. For the record, what do you have for emails and for this?
Other than the one that you had taken issue with previously, Staff has not received any public comment.
We have another one marked number 4.
Yes, so you should have a packet of number 4, and then a single number 4, and then number 5. Again, I do apologize, I did not mark those correctly. It should have been, the number 4s should all be for number 6. The number 5,
this
however,
here
is correct.
number that we're gonna enter into the record?
It's all number 6.
Yes, all the number 4s are for Montgomery Street, that is number 6.
This,
Mr. Chairman, it looks like there are no other emails besides the one that you mentioned earlier.
this here is number 6?
Yes, sir.
6 and 6. Just this one's 4.
Do what?
Just that one is number 4.
We're gonna enter the email, letter, exhibit.
You can add it as a separate exhibit. We'll just mark that as county's Exhibit A. Or, I'm sorry, Exhibit B with the staff report and backup materials as a composite Exhibit A. So,
That's the Ms. Hilton's.
yes, sir.
All right, Stephen, go ahead.
Thank you. Again, I apologize for that confusion. Staff has determined that this request does not satisfy the hardship requirements outlined in the code. In addition to that, I would like to point out the Public Works comments at the end of your packet. They do not support the placement of the high-speed barrier arm at that location. They do have fear of impact to traffic circulation on 30A, despite the doubling of the lanes and other items previously mentioned by the applicant.
That's on Public Works.
Yes, sir.
When they read through the letter, do they understand that that gate now is at 20 feet? Or,
With one lane.
or, I guess right on the right of way, do they understand that?
Yes, they do understand it is an improvement from the current situation, as does planning staff. It still doesn't satisfy the code for the gates nor for the variance requirements.
So we either approve it or deny it. If we deny it, they can leave it where it's at, and y'all good with that?
It's an existing nonconformity that can continue in perpetuity.
Okay. Any questions? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Let me ask you one before you sit down, Steve.
Yes, sir.
You're gonna have 2 gates, one at the back and one at the front.
Yes.
Technically, if they meet the code that they have a gate 100 foot on the setback, I guess technically they can't put one without our permission too, right?
Yes, if I understand correctly,
They could
yes.
put the guard shack without gate, without our permission.
As long as it's meeting the front setbacks for the development, then the structure could go there, provided it did not have any sort of barrier to traffic.
At 100 feet.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Thank you. Anyone from the audience would like to speak in for this or against this? Ms. Hilton?
I feel like the community should decide what we want and vote on it and have a vote one way or the other that is affirmed. This information that Mr. Sutcliffe gave us, I have requested. We came for a meeting on Saturday. I received this notice like Thursday, which was a shock to me that you'd have a notice of getting a variance before the community had even decided on it. But in any event, at the meeting, the question was tabled, and none of those votes are valid according to the manager for Paradise by the Sea, Jeff Cressy, who I spoke with yesterday. And he said that any vote they would have to send out new votes and send out a new proposal for it to be voted on. I had asked for the information and not been provided it. So that's neither here nor there. I just feel like before we come to you, we all need to decide what we as a community want and present that to you, not a board deciding before the members have decided.
I mean, like you need new board members. Let me ask you this, what is your problem with the gate being 36 feet?
I don't have a specific problem with that, other than I don't know what is going to go in that whole area. And I think it would be useful for us to figure out how this all is going to fit together before we come to you.
They didn't present you the information they presented us?
They presented that one option, yes, sir.
What you talking about, one option?
What they presented you. They presented a guard gate,
You
a
seen
guard
this?
gate.
And that's not detailed enough what's going there?
I didn't say it wasn't detailed enough. I'm saying there's significant concern in the community, and the community is significantly split. And I just felt like it wasn't appropriate for us to be asking you for a variance when we haven't even decided what we think is appropriate.
So you're not for it or against it?
I think it should be tabled, and we come back to you when we decide what we want.
Okay,
Thank you, sir.
thank you. Anyone else from the audience, for or against? Come on up, Stephen.
I just want to make sure I enter that staff report into the record. Did I? Thank you.
You did. I understand. You get the final say.
Again, thank you guys for your time tonight. I just would say I think it would be rare that you would have a community coming asking to push their gate further from 30A. So I don't think that we're setting any dangerous precedent here. It is an improvement over existing conditions, and I think everyone can agree to that, even if it doesn't meet the technicalities of the code. But it is the whole move here is to improve the community. Whether the community decides on a different style of architecture, I think they all understand they have a guard gate, and I will work with them as a board, whether that changes, but I think no one has had a problem with this request, so I would ask that it pursue and go through tonight.
If we take and approve this, are you going to get your people to agree with it before y'all build it, or you going to start tomorrow building it?
That will be a board decision. I work for the board, so.
Couldn't we give a variance on a generic position for the guard gate so that they can go back to the community to get all the rest of their
We
program
can do
needs?
anything we want to do. Do you have any questions for him, or you want to close it to public comment?
I don't have any questions for the architect.
I've got a question. Would you rather it be continued to, like, if we were to grant it and your people were to object, want it further back or whatever it is, and would you still, maybe they wanted it 75 instead of 35, 36? Would you rather shore that up to a more positive?
From what I know about what has gone on in the community, there was a different design that was thrown out there that was not the design that the majority has sought after. In that design, it had a similar circulation. Where the guard attendant sits was in the exact same place as this. There was actually 3 submittals to the development by 3 different architects, and then all 3 of them, I have got to see them, and all 3 of them had the guard in the same exact location. So I don't think the aesthetic that this project takes has any difference or bearing on what we do. Out of respect for everyone's time, I would ask that this go through tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion to close the public discussion?
Close public discussion.
Second.
Second.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Make the motion any way you want to make it, Jeff.
Well, out of respect for what Mrs. Hilton is saying, I think they do need time to come together as a community and decide exactly what they're going to do. But that wouldn't prohibit us from approving a variance. I think any improvement to the location of that gate improves safety on 30A. The gate location now, from personal experience, is very awkward and much too close to 30A. So I think what they're doing is a big improvement, allowing double lanes coming in so you can get 6 cars stacked. And that neighborhood has some of the most fabulous houses on that section of the beach, and I do think they're doing the right thing by trying to upgrade the facility at the front entrance. So whatever they end up doing, is going to be a vast improvement. I think to help them move forward, we could approve the location of the swing arms at the guard gate so that they can move forward with the final design. And I think that approving that will be an improvement for safety of the bicyclists, of the cars, and everybody else. So I think denying it could cause a problem down the road. I'd like to make a motion to approve the location of the guard gate as submitted.
Second,
Second.
I just have a hard time them getting two gates. Why don't you just put one up at the 100 foot and be done with it? Of course, I don't understand
Turn around.
that, but I don't live in
I
South
think
Ball.
the vast majority of the time, the 100-foot gate will be the one that's in effect. So they're creating a point of control closer to 30A, which is still behind the current gate. So
I understand that, and it's like you say, we vote no, then they leave it like it is, and it's a hazard to 38.
Right, I like the fact that they can pull in and turn around if they've made a mistake and don't belong there.
Everybody makes mistakes on 38, there's much traffic there, right?
Backing up's hard. I mean, like, with somebody behind you, it's almost impossible.
All right, anybody else? Anything
I
to
got
say?
some, I'd like to see it amended to where it was a requirement that they actually have 2 lanes. I mean, the drawing shows 2 lanes, but if they were to change it aesthetically,
Like-
I would like it to
this
say.
here, Exhibit A1003-1, attach it to the final order.
well, I'd like to give them the flexibility to continue working with the community to improve the design and the program. So I'll amend the motion to make a motion to approve the guard gate location as submitted, provided there are 2 entry lanes to the community
And one exit. And one exit.
and 1 exit.
Or at least, anyway.
You good with that? Let's move
Yeah, I
on
think,
then.
yes, I think that would be an overall improvement to the safety.
All right,
of
did
the
you
world.
second it?
I second it.
You second that, or
Yep, I do.
all in favor?
Or
Aye?
whoever can.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, you got your variance. Item number 5. Blue Haven Pools on behalf of Nathan and Leslie Giddo, Brandon Orcutt. Who's here for this one? You better get up here, we're gonna pass you by. We got a bunch of people want to order pizza if we don't hurry up.
I'm Leslie Guido. This is my husband, Nathan Guido. We're the property owners. Timothy Bradshaw with Blue Haven Pools is our representative. He's on the Zoom call. He'll speak, I guess, to the technical aspects of it.
What are you asking? What do you want? What you doing here?
So we contracted Blue Haven Pools to build us a pool. They started in December. Unfortunately, and this wasn't the plan, but they built the pool about 10 inches too close to the setback line in the top right-hand corner, if you can see that on the survey.
10 inches or?
10 inches or 2?
I think it's 10 because it says 14.10 feet. Somebody put 2 inches on the
Calculate
paperwork,
that.
but I don't know if that's correct or not.
Calculate that, Mr. Burgess.
It's 0.2 of a foot into the setback, where that theoretically should read 15.0, you're 14.10, so you're really only a matter of about
Okay,
right at 3 inches
gotcha.
Down on one end of the pool?
Corner.
on one corner.
That's on one corner of the pool.
A smidge of a corner,
Ain't
sir.
gonna happen. We need a motion tonight.
It's not 0.9 feet into the setback?
No, I'm sorry, 14.10, yes, it is 0.9 feet into the setback.
0.9 is actually how many inches?
Aye.
It's 10 inches.
Yeah.
Every bit of it.
Okay,
So now what are we doing?
they're gonna have to tear it out.
I think so.
Just,
I hope not, because this has been a nightmare.
Mr. Bradshaw has his hand raised on Zoom.
I don't,
it looks like the way that the lot is angled across the back, that it's an easy mistake to make. And I can't imagine that was done on purpose.
It's
Mr.
not,
Burgess, give us exactly what they're asking for. What kind of variance they asking for?
They're asking for a reduction in the rear setback from 15.0 feet to 14.10 feet
In that,
And-
in that one corner?
in that one corner.
Who had their hand raised?
Bradshaw, he's from,
Mr. Bradshaw, I think we can. That's fine, he needs me. Have a seat. That's all right, Mr. Bradshaw, I think we're in good shape, just hang with us. Stephen, what do you think?
If I could have the staff report entered into the record, please.
So entered.
Great, thank you. I would like to bring up that this may have been advertised incorrectly with a 14-foot 10-inch as a 2-inch variance request. So I just want to bring that to the board's attention.
As long as it's advertised, it hasn't been issued before, so we're gonna continue with it. Go
Very
ahead.
good, sir. Yes, this is a very minor infraction caused by a survey or construction error. Obviously, it is considered a self-created hardship in this instance, and it wouldn't necessarily satisfy those variance criteria, but it is a very, very minor encroachment.
Thank you, Stephen.
You're welcome.
Mr. Bradshaw, are you with us?
Yes, sir.
If you want to add to it, please do it quickly.
No, sir, I'm fine.
As long as we don't talk about tearing it down, you're good, right? Do y'all want to come back up?
Have a letter of support.
Huh?
Have a letter of support. I think Stephen wants to enter his thing.
You need to go? We need to enter that,
Staff report,
staff report's been entered with,
the little email too.
number 5. They're
That email?
supporting it. Do you have anything else you want to add?
Please don't make us tear down our pool.
I think you're in good shape. Thank you. Have a seat. Motion to close the public discussion.
Motion to close.
Is there anybody else that wanted to speak?
This is going to be Exhibit D, County Exhibit D. The other Exhibit A. We have a motion second. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? You got your variance. Y'all good to go.
That
first
we-
and second,
Pardon me?
I think that was,
first and second,
Yeah, we made a motion to close public discussion.
Yeah, that
I'll
was,
make a motion
I
to
thought
approve
you
the
made
variance.
I thought you made the variance.
You're trying
Make
to
the
move too
motion.
quick, Mr.
I'll make a motion to approve the variance.
would
Second.
you accept the,
Second.
would he put the pool
Second.
into it? Second.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
aye.
Now they got it. Let's
All right.
move along.
There you go.
Number 6. You need to
Wait a
take a
minute.
minute.
Hold on. If we did it as approved, it only got 10 inches. Instead of the 2, instead of the 9, it needed more than that. It's approved as.
That ain't what Jeff said. Jeff, you said, make it what?
It's a 10-inch, it's a 10-inch variance.
Yeah,
But they asked for a 2 as approved, like as,
Jeff said a 10-inch variance. That's what Jeff
Yeah.
said. That's what Karen heard, then it, right, Jeff? Right?
As long as it's written and you're happy with the way you sign it, yes, sir.
It's a 10-inch variance.
It is.
or
On which corner?
Pardon me? Yes. What corner, Jeff?
One that's protruding.
But Charlie was wanting to put the,
survey on
the, exhibit.
It is
attach
the
the survey.
You wanna make a motion to
northeast
attach the
corner of the
survey
pool.
to the,
Yes, per the survey.
somebody make
Butler
a
and
motion for
Associates.
that, and second, and y'all vote.
Jeff, make the motion.
I would like to make a motion to approve the variance for the pool based on the survey by Butler and Associates, showing a 10-inch encroachment in the northeast corner of the pool.
Second.
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 All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Charlie. Stephen, is the air conditioning tore up?
I just turned it down.
You waited this long? Man, we're gonna be here till 12 o'clock tonight. You gonna make us sweat? Jeez, you trying to run us out of here? Mr. Hall's already leaving.
6.
We gotta wait on a board member. Who's there for item number 6? Item number 6, where are you going, Jeff? Are you wanna go?
Get some water, but
Go ahead and go get it. I just wanna get somebody up here. As soon as our board members gather themselves, we'll be with you, but we just like for you to get there, cause we do have a long meeting. How y'all doing tonight?
Good, how are you?
Act like you're nervous. What y'all nervous for? You must be asking for a great deal. Yep, that's one of them bad
No,
ones.
it's not that great of a deal.
It's not that great, it's not that big a deal?
No.
It's a little bitty deal, isn't it?
A little bit.
You all right? You need some water? I got a bottle of water in the truck. You may go get it? Yeah. Take the water and drink it.
Aaron says there's Coke and Diet Coke back there too.
That's what's wrong with you, them Coca-Colas. I apologize for the board members. I didn't know he was gonna be gone for a while.
Earlier. And then
We was on a roll,
unravels.
right? Then he's gonna complain being here. Lord have mercy. I tell you what we're gonna do.
We have significant support for this one by like the county and everybody.
We're gonna get there. Tell us what you want.
So,
State your name for the record.
I'm John Robinson.
Maria Robinson.
Okay, tell us what you want.
So we bought this lot in March and we're going to build a 3-bedroom home, but due to the odd size of the lot with the current setbacks, it restricts our ability to build a 3-bedroom home.
You want to build a 3-bedroom home. How many square
Right.
feet is that 3-bedroom home?
It's going to be right at 1,800, between 1,800 and 1,900.
So you're not building 4,000 or 5,000 square feet. You're building a 3-bedroom, 1,800 square feet with a garage?
Right, single
Garage?
garage.
With a garage?
Yes.
How many stories?
Or,
It'll be 3 stories. You have the main story and then 2 living stories. I mean,
600 feet per story?
yeah, it's basically 900, a footprint of 900 square feet.
your house?
Everything?
The footprint of the house, yes,
Okay.
just the house is 900 square feet.
All right, never mind.
Triangular shape.
How big is your lot?
Very small.
Sorry.
It's 4,500 square feet.
4,500 square feet. All right, I found something here. You're asking for how much on the, this is a triangle lot, right?
Correct.
You got 2 rows on it, right? 1 road or 2 roads?
2 roads.
2 roads.
1 road you're treating as a side setback, right?
Right,
Side setback, you're asking, how much are you asking for?
or 5 on the side.
5-foot setback. According to your drawing, your house really is not in it, is it?
The front left corner would be in the side setback.
Mr. Burgess, you see, looking at what I'm looking at?
I am, and it's ever so slight by the line work, if you look at that. However,
They give us a survey?
yes, there is a survey. The lots were platted in 1946, and you say the square footage of the lot is 4,500 square feet?
45 something, yeah. It's
That
right
means
around
Your
4,500.
side setback's only 5 feet.
Yeah,
Should be. We can confirm that with staff.
yeah.
So
Oh,
you
so it
don't really
is-
have a problem there,
Okay,
in which case you could scoot the house 2.5 feet more.
Burgess, don't mess it
Okay.
up. Have a problem, let's move on. What
Okay.
about the front setback?
The front,
What's the code on the front setback of the lot platted prior to 1976, and it doesn't meet the maximum square footage. Mr. Stephen, what is the setbacks on a lot that does not meet the square footage that was platted prior to 1976?
On the side,
What about the front? Are you sure? They didn't have no setback back then. I thought there's lot 10. I thought if it was less than, what, 75? I forget, less than a certain square footage?
10,000?
Okay, we will. What about your rear? Are you good on the back? What you asking on the back?
We're asking for 8 on the back,
You asking for 8-foot variance or
Yeah.
4-foot variance?
8 foot in the rear.
8 foot on the
7-foot
rear.
variance.
Yeah,
All
I'm
right,
sorry,
what you
7
asking
foot.
for on the front?
We're asking for 15 foot, reduce it 5 feet.
there's a pool shown in that 10-foot setback that you're proposing.
Right, so that's why I was asking for, to reduce it down to 8 feet, so we get the corner of the pool in. The house will be within 10 feet.
Are you,
Go ahead, Bill.
have you discussed with anybody the 300-foot coastal dune lake protection zone setback? Do you know about
The impervious, yes, and we are also asking for,
a variance for that?
yes.
All right, I might need to talk to Stephen about that.
What else you asking for? Let's go
For-
ahead here. Let's just hold on a minute. The side setback, you good. The rear setback, is this the rear or is this the road?
That's the rear.
This is the rear?
Right, they're coming.
Dune
off-
Allen
off of
Drive?
Oyster Lake Drive.
They're coming in here.
Gravel road.
So this is the rear.
Joe, is this the drawing you're looking at?
Yes.
So basically, your house is good with 10 feet and you asking for additional 8 foot to accommodate the pool. Is
Correct.
that correct?
Yes.
And on the front setback, what are you asking for?
To go from 20 foot to 15 foot.
And that has to do with your pool?
No, that's just for the house. The pool was also bumped to the front 15 as well.
You put an awful lot on a small lot. I think you asking this board to do it quite a bit for a pool. That's my personal opinion. So tell me about what else you asking for?
Did y'all draw these floor plans yourself using chief architect?
Not cheap, it was some. We started talking to architects and. we
Cost
didn't get very
prohibitive?
far.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we drew them up using
What else you asking for? What's your other fair?
it's for the impervious surfaces to allow,
So within 300 feet of the coastal dune lake, you can only build 40% of the total lot area and impact 50% of the total lot.
So what are they doing with,
You know what the total impact is to the site as you've drawn it?
so as we've drawn it, now it's at 45%. Before, I think we were asking for 48%, but our revised numbers are 45.
That includes the driveway, the house, the pool deck?
Yeah.
if you take the pool out, then they wouldn't need that variance, right?
Correct.
I'm gonna ask you straight up, can you live without a pool? 'Cause you,
We'd like to have a pool. We can live without a pool.
You know what the water table's like over there?
It's at 17 inches, something like that.
Below the,
Mhm.
yeah.
And
Tried to de-water for a pool.
what's that?
You know what de-watering for a pool is? Probably take you about 4 months with well points to get a pool into that water table.
Okay.
So we might be doing you a
Might be
favor.
a challenge. Okay.
I think you got a good possibility to get your variances for the house the pool's in trouble. Do you want to pull the pool off the table right now?
Yeah, well, right. Not really.
Hey,
But,
we'll
but,
go with it. Do you have anything else you want to add?
no, I mean, we would love a pool. It's obviously really hot
Have a-
here.
You can have a seat.
Thank you.
Stephen?
If I could have the staff report as well as the
Oh, enter.
items labeled number 4 and number 6, entered with that, please. Thank you.
All right, we got, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, I have 5 that is labeled number 6, and then pages. And I have total of 7. So that'd be, we're gonna do a composite exhibit B.
Composite exhibit, county's exhibit B.
Okay, go ahead, Steve.
Yes, if I could just address, the code does allow for this process to occur in relation to the impervious surface area, allowing up to 53% impervious surface area in hardship conditions granted by this board. I just wanted to make sure that's clear.
Oh, wait a minute now.
Yes.
They've got 48, and we could do up to 53, right?
That's
So
correct.
you're saying we don't have the authority to do that for the pool, is that correct?
I'm sorry, I missed.
Saying that we have the authority to do the 48.
The code allows up to 53, so yes, sir.
Thank you for clarifying. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Can I say that these items that are labeled number 4 that we said are for number 6 are not?
They're for the Montgomery. Yeah, what number is that? What number are we on right now?
We're on number 6.
We're on number 6.
Those items, just so we're clear, moving forward, they are for
Number 8.
the Lloyd Variance. Yes, yes.
Take those county composite exhibit B, we'll just strike those.
Wait a
Yeah,
minute.
I am
Now,
just.
Put them in there.
Bat in
We
a
definitely
thousand.
want to make
Just
them.
put them across all the projects tonight. Let's just do that.
Well, Mr. Judge Lewis may say we did, what you call that? What do you call that? Due process. Yeah.
We'd like to
I
give
don't have no
everybody due
problem with
process
that.
here.
I don't have no problem with that, Steve.
If I could just pull them out of the staff report and apply them later, I will make sure that I get them on the right
So we
staff
don't-
report.
We don't have any for number 6, right?
No, there should be a packet that is actually labeled because Karen did the labeling there and she did it correctly, so. I would like that entered into the record, please.
Avery, do you have a copy of this one? Notification, a letter dated 5/14/21. John Robinson is proposing a variance.
Ew, yes.
Have,
So that will be marked as county's composite exhibit B.
so enter. Let's go ahead.
Thank you. Staff has determined, based on the size and shape of this lot, that a hardship or special circumstance in keeping with the Land Development Code does exist.
Even for the pool.
The pool is a luxury item. Obviously, staff would not argue if the board did not choose to grant that particular portion of the application. But in general, with the size of the lot and the size of the home, it's a very modest home in staff's opinion. But the pool certainly, like I said, is a luxury, but it is part of the application.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Stephen. Anything else?
I don't have anything. I can answer questions if you have any more.
Questions? Thank you. Anyone from the audience has any comments? Please come up, state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Tanner Ray. Wanted to bring y'all here, emailed to you, but petition from and there you're on.
Hang on a minute.
Okay.
Mr.
You wanna go
Dice,
ahead and ask me questions as you'd like.
Mr. Dice, this is gonna be,
We'll mark this as Publix Exhibit 1.
Public Exhibit 1, Orchard Lake Drive Neighborhood Petition Against the Variance.
As a composite.
Do we
yes,
have an
Composite.
extra one for Mr. Burgess?
Yeah, we'll need this back though, so I can give one to Karen. She'll need one for you.
Yeah, I'll hand her mine when.
Okay,
or
yeah,
I
if
can
you-
give
yeah.
it to you now.
Yeah, well, if you need to speak from it, but yeah, if you can give that one to her, we just need one
Absolutely.
for the official record.
Go ahead, sir.
All right, so there's a few issues that we'd like to talk about. Y'all touched on a lot of it. Obviously, it's a large home for the footprint. I'm not sure if that's 48% or 45 or 44%. The statute that I've read is 40%. What's written in the county code is ignorance of the code is not considered hardship. As somebody that looked at that lot myself, I know that a survey was provided, and I know that another survey was done on it. So there should be pretty well known what you're looking at there. Stormwater mediation, if you look at the back of that, you'll see standing water in the back side where they're asking for a variance. That's after about 4 days of excavator work by the county, and it's still like that 2 weeks later. So, I mean, that's a bad area already. It has been ever since they, off of Hillcrest, they put that extension. It's really been putting a lot of water down in that ditch. I guess that happened, about 2 years ago now, they started building houses over there, and it just pushes a lot of water across the street. Parking, there's no parking on our street available. It's a one-lane dirt gravel road, unimproved, gets hit by a motor grader about once a month. There's people that are building down the street right now. They put up a little camera that has a counter on it. On a nice sunny day, we get between 150 and 200 walkers down that road. I mean, it's a nice, small, little street. There's no room to park a car on that street and other people to get by. From what I'm looking at, you can't park a pickup truck in that driveway. I'm not sure if this house is going to become a rental, but if it is, there's going to be some pretty serious parking issues with having 3 families in a house like that.
Is there a structure on it now?
No, sir.
Was a structure on it before?
I have no idea.
The survey that you just provided us in your package shows a structure that was done on a survey by W.W. Curl.
No, I think that's my house. I believe this lot was subdivided at some point. I bought that house 2 years ago.
Do you know how far back from the property line your house currently sits?
I think 4.5 or 5 feet. I'm not sure. I'd have to look at the survey that was
You have a
provided.
pool in the rear setback already.
I bought it as is, sir.
But you know how close it is to the setback?
Yes, and it's getting ripped out. That thing is about 80
Stay
degrees in the
focused on our
summertime.
issue. We got a long night tonight. So the survey that you showed me, parcel A with the house, that's where you live. Parcel B is the one that they are proposing to build a house on.
Yes, sir.
Block 21, Block C, right?
Yes, sir.
Yours is Lot 20. Okay. Anything else you want to add?
No, I think that's about all I've got for you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else from the audience like to speak? I'd like for you to speak, just not be repetitious. If you got something new to add, please tell us why you.
I haven't said anything yet.
I understand that, but we got 4 people down there wanting to speak.
I understand. I am Mike Chesser, and I'm an attorney, and I do represent Dune Allen, and this part of Dune Allen that's trying to get up here and trying to speak. I will say to you that in our view, you do not grant variances or pass zoning or do anything else to people. And as you all know, you do it to a property and to a structure. You do that because you got wonderful people who come up here who have wonderful intentions and great designs. And I know it's their intent that this not be a rental property because they have said that. I know also that there's 4.5 bathrooms in this piece of property. Now, it's got 900 square feet on the bottom floor. It's got another 900, then another 900. I'm not sure just where a 1,900 square foot house comes from. There's a lot of house being built on this little bitty lot. Now, my clients have said to me that they're concerned about the volume of the property that's being built there, and frankly, I am. I don't understand what rules apply to this piece of property. I understand the chairman's position and point of view that a given set of exceptions exist for a lot that was platted before 1974, if I heard the chair correctly. Perhaps I did not.
1976, my understanding, yes.
And this lot was platted and then apparently subdivided, so that the rules that apply.
According to this plat, and that's why I asked him, you Mr. Chesser, right?
I am Mike Chesser, yes.
Law firm in Shalimar.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Billy Merritt used to be in your law firm.
He was in charge of me and everything else.
That's a long time ago.
Yeah.
It says lot 20 block C, and it said lot 21 block C. Am I reading that correctly, Mr. Burgess?
I believe, I'm going to make an assumption that you are. I believe there's a subdivision of this lot. I may be wrong about that. Today is the first time I've heard either of those, either the chair's understanding of the rule that apply or the fact that this lot was subdivided.
What happened was the house encroached onto lot 21, and so a portion of lot 21 was made a portion of, or made a part of lot 20. So
But it's a lot of
21 was
record.
reduced, but it was a lot of record.
21 is a lot of record.
And then there are been rules applicable to that I did not read in the code, for which I apologize. But whatever the court's understanding, the chair's understanding is, I'll have to accept that. I do not know.
Well,
I will tell the
hang on just a second. You said there's 4 bathrooms proposed for this?
I understand 4.5. That's what I've seen on this.
And you understand there's 3 stories, that is 900 feet per story?
That's what I've been told. Yes, sir.
Okay.
And that there are 3 of what appears to be bedrooms on this piece of property. There are 2 other areas, 8 or so by 10 feet, that are unlabeled, that I presume are not bedrooms, but whether they become bedrooms in 6 months, I don't have any idea. I don't know what the eventual use of this property is going to be. I accept what you all are being told about the intent of this property, but it is a piece of property that can very well be used as a rental space. And if that were to occur, this one area that looks like a parking space is going to become 4 or 5 or 6, and there's going to be a mess at this intersection. I would frankly like the opportunity for these folks to propose on this piece of property what will fit on a triangle. They bought a triangle. They knew they were buying a triangle. When they planned their house, they knew they were planning a house that fit on this piece of property, not a house that fit on a whole lot bigger piece of property. There is no hardship here. There is a uniqueness of this triangular piece of property. Every piece of property has its own uniqueness. One of these is that it's shaped like a triangle. As the chairman knows, I own a triangle. My whole law office was built on a triangle. It was built to fit, and it does fit. And there's been no evidence that a house that will fit on this triangle that a house would not fit on this triangle. That's the standard that I would suggest the board ought to look for. If there is a reasonable house that just simply, if this property will not accommodate a reasonable house, then that's something that ought to come here. If this property would accommodate a house which is reasonable in size, then that is not a case for a variance. That's our argument. I'll try not to be repetitive. I shall sit down.
You're doing good.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good to see you again, Mr. Chesser.
Thank you.
Who else is here? Come up and state your name for the record.
Harold Wilson, 164 Oyster Lake Drive. Want to be brief.
Please.
Just reiterate everything that's said about the one laneness of Oyster Lake Drive. No parking is allowed by the neighbors, not by the sheriff, but by the neighbors on Oyster Lake Drive. You just can't block fire and sheriff and any other emergencies happening on the street. Dune Allen Loop Drive, which is behind this, creates a bad intersection, an acute angle onto Oyster Lake Drive, acute angle. You have to look back this way. Very dangerous intersection already.
What kind of road is Dune Allen Loop Drive?
Sir?
What kind of road is Dune Allen Loop Drive?
It's a paved road, Dune Allen
Is it
Loop.
a two-lane road?
It's a two-lane road with a golf cart path, a bike path, a sidewalk.
What about Oyster Lake Drive?
Oyster Lake is a dirt road, and it's gonna stay that way. We like it that way.
It's a single-lane dirt road.
Yes, sir. And we like it that way, and we don't want it to change.
Hang on a minute. Stephen, why can't they use Dune Allen Loop Drive as their front setback?
The code requires that the lower classification be the point of access. Dune Allen, though they're both local roadways, the Oyster Creek would be, or the Oyster Lane would be a lower classification. It's not paved, it's dirt.
The code says that the lower classification, even though that it may not be the safest classification. It looks to me like that their concerns is a single lane road, evidently about 12, 15 feet. And then you got a two-lane road that has bike and golf. Where's the safety concern? I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to Stephen. Go ahead.
So I didn't have a conversation with Public Works. I don't know if they would consider access off of Oyster better. I just know that the code would require that. They have the ability to say Dune Allen would be a better choice in this instance.
We just dealt one of these at the last meeting, is that not right? When we changed the driveway?
Are coming in off of Oyster Lake.
I'm looking at.
What?
Both of them are 66-foot right-of-ways.
Yes, they are.
Which I'm kind of shocked that Oyster Lake Drive would need a 66-foot right-of-way.
They don't need it, it's platted. And it's platted and they don't want it to change.
Well, you know, your setback's 20 feet off of the right-of-way, which causes an 86-foot. Yeah, 20, I mean, it's an astonishing amount of space that the houses are pushed off of that single-lane road.
But it's 66-foot right away. They could
But
put
so
it,
is
they could
Dune Allen
widen,
Loop Drive.
they could widen the road. Okay, I'm good. Thank you, Stephen. Go ahead.
The dirt road has moved since 1946, when it's actually just to make a long story short, I've got telephone poles in the middle of my front yard, halfway to my house between the street. The dirt road has shifted south toward the beach.
But the problem is, you know.
On my end of.
It was my understanding Orchard Lane Road was like a 15-foot dirt road without.
15 feet is very
without
generous.
the ability to widen it. You got a 66-foot road there. You got a 66-foot road, so on the back side.
It can't be paved with the current equipment the county has, and we like it that way.
I'm not interested in that. I got the information that I needed from Stephen.
Cool.
You have anything else you want to add?
Just want to appreciate you letting me address exercise my First Amendment rights
We
right
appreciate
here.
you coming.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. One more, and we're gonna close this. Come on up.
Good evening, everybody. I'll keep it quick. Looking at the plot map.
What's your name for the
my name is Alexander Metz, 135 Oyster Lake Drive.
Get that, Karen?
The original setbacks for the Dune Allen Phase 2 subdivision were supposed to be 25 from the front and 12 from the side. In the past couple of years, planning has changed their policy to not enforce those. So that was the original intent of the Allen family when they plotted it. Echoing my neighbors, the setbacks were there when they bought the lot. That's the size that everybody else plays by. I greatly feel that this will negatively impact our neighborhood. They knew the size when they bought it. They knew what could fit there. And, you know, quickly down the road, you'll be surprised that this will not be a single-family residence. It'll turn into a vacation rental.
Thank you. I think y'all need to come back up, Mr. Robinson. You heard the testimony and we have a lot of testimony we have a petition
Right.
So you need to help us understand how you're gonna live in the neighborhood when everybody's mad at you.
Yes.
So.
I did not think we were asking for.
Let's do some clarification
much.
here. Are you gonna build a 3-story, 900 per one, which is gonna be 2,700 square feet?
So the first level is the terrace level with the garage parks and the entrance, and then the two main levels are the 18, 900, 900.
Pardon me?
They're 900, 900 on the main level and the second level, where the second level is the bedrooms. The first level is the main living space. And the terrace level, the garage, and then the entrance. So it's 9, I guess it'd be 9, 9, and 9, but it's not, half of it's garage. I mean, it's only 900 square feet, so it's not that much square footage. Does that make sense?
I mean, what's your living area? What is your square foot heated, cooled air?
1,800 for the first and second levels, and then the entrance, I think, is, I don't know, 300.
So you already.
446 is what the drawing says.
Pardon me?
446 says the living area on the ground floor.
So you're at 400 and, so you're already up there around 2,200 living area. So
this is-
now, and then you're gonna throw a garage into that.
Right.
So now you up there, a garage, 1,000 square foot garage?
No, it's 15 by
376 garage.
376.
So you up there, where are we at? 2,700. So you're at 3,000 square feet roughly. Is it, and you got 4 baths in it?
We have one on the, yeah,
4.5.
4.5.
4.5.
You got 4.5 bathrooms and a 3-bedroom house. Is it going to be a rental?
It is not going to be a rental. It's our second home. Our family.
Is
will
your
use it.
second home?
It'll be our second home until 2 years. 2 years. She's under contract in Atlanta until.
Do you mind if I ask how much you paid for this property?
We paid $150. So from the site plan, we're not taking up the entire space that we're asking for the reduced setbacks. It's taking up going into the corners of it. And the bathroom on the main level is mostly going to be for coming in from the pool.
Okay, this is the deal. Do away with the pool.
Right.
Cut your corners off of the Dune Allen side. Can you do that and live with it?
Dune Allen side.
Because you don't have a complete structure in that, what is that, Jeff? That's a 5 foot? Right here.
Right, they're asking to encroach into the 15-foot setback by 5 feet. But they're also gonna get a larger buildable area by using the correct 5-foot setback. And I think is the county.
That's on the front,
The
that's on
county's
the
probably
side.
would object more to the variance being given on the Dune Allen side than they would on the Oyster Lake side.
What I'm trying to get, is there a possibility you would cut the triangle off that back Dune Allen, straighten your house up, move it over, and stay within the 15 foot?
Stay within the 15 foot in the back.
Cut your house size down. And then you're looking at, on the front setback proposed, on the front setback, you're asking for a 5 foot reduction. On the rear, you're asking for 8.
Right.
I'm struggling to see how you can possibly meet the stormwater with the way that you got it designed.
But I've spoken to an engineer the whole way, and I've kind of asked him, say, hey, can we still do this? And he assures me it can be done.
I mean, if you put it on pilings, because if you put it on a slab and do that parking structure the way you've got it drawn, and then put that pool in there,
yeah,
there's nowhere left to put an exfiltration system because the water table's too high. So you can't do underground exfiltration.
Right, so that's why also I'm not really counting the terrace level. The terrace level is you do it and that would be great, but I'm not counting that because he said it is possibly that we'd have to use that space underneath that level there.
I don't mean to be disrespectful, but it's probably the worst set of plans I've ever seen. And
I apologize.
I think it's hurting your cause.
Yeah.
Because I do think there's probably more creative ways to utilize this property. And the lot is really awkwardly shaped, and it has a very, very small building area. And, you know, I do think that there is a case for a variance, but the way that this was presented, it's causing a remarkable amount of resistance from the
Right.
neighborhood,
Right.
which has a lot of very, very nice homes
Right.
there, and this house is completely out of character with the fabric of that community. And so at a minimum, I think that it would behoove you to work with somebody that could design a more elegant solution that the neighborhood could get behind, where you satisfy some of these stormwater issues, where you obviously had means to spend $150,000 on the lot, so you don't cheap out on the development process. Walton County has rules that are really hard to deal with, and I deal with them all the time, but this lot is really challenging between the water table setbacks, the coastal dune lake rules. I think you need professional help, and then I would come back, because I think what you're asking for is not passable at this point.
Okay.
What Jeff is saying is you want to come back and we will not decide tonight, right?
Yeah, my suggestion would be to withdraw your application and try again, because if we vote no,
You're
Okay.
done.
Okay.
And you need to work with your neighborhood.
Yeah.
We're not, I'm not opposed of voting against the neighborhood if you had a good set of plans.
Right. No, I understand.
So you withdrawn your application, you're coming back, right?
Yes.
That'd be a continuance or just straight
Well,
draw?
no, they could, well, if you continue it, you need to continue it to a date certain, but considering they don't know when, they can just withdraw and reapply.
They have to pay again all over?
They have to re-advertise.
We're gonna waive your fees if we can. We can.
Well, the only other way would be, yeah, as Karen said, if we wanted to table it,
We'll table it till you let us know, okay?
Okay.
And you may not
well,
come back.
we'll need a motion and
make a motion to table.
Second,
Second.
For a tabled,
Mr. Webster,
Oh,
we are trying to meet the neighborhood, and we're trying to get them to go and get a plan. They don't know when they're coming back. They're gonna re-advertise. We'll re-advertise it, right? We have to re-advertise.
yeah, you need to re-advertise.
It'll be re-advertised. We will make a point that y'all be notified. We will put that to be notified. You're gonna be notified. Mr. Well, it used to be Webster and Chester, right? That's a different law firm. Okay. I need a motion.
Mr. Chick, I believe,
Made
made
a
the
motion
motion
to
to
table.
table. I don't know who
Second.
seconded.
We need to amend it to have
Second.
second.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Crying out loud, Charlie, you just want to keep debating and debating tonight. Get your ducks together and come back if you need to.
Sounds good.
Hopefully you won't, but you need to work with your neighborhood, make them happy, okay? Next item on the agenda is item number 7, which has been resolved, and we're down to
Variance?
Number 8.
number 8,
I think we,
Community Plaza Variance. Who's here for the Community Plaza?
number 8's got Montgomery LLC.
Is there anyone here for the item number 8?
That was 7.
Item number 8 is the Lloyd variance,
Is what?
the Lloyd variance for Montgomery Street.
All right, thank you.
Welcome.
State your name for the record.
I'm Lance Baxter with Archiscapes Architects.
Want to do?
So we would like to be able to continue to use the Sea Highland setbacks, which is where this residence is. The setbacks have been in use continuously since the covenants and restrictions were originally established in 1949. We've designed other homes in the neighborhood that use the 6-foot rear setback. The other setbacks on the site throughout Sea Highlands are actually more restrictive than the county setbacks. It's a 25-foot setback on the front versus the county's 6 feet on the sides versus the county's 5 feet. It's just the rear setback, which we've been able to use before, is 6 feet versus the county's 15 feet. Yeah, as I said, we previously designed to that standard. There are other homes designed by others in the neighborhoods that are also built to the 6-foot rear setback. All the information we had based on our previous design work in there and from the neighborhood and the way the county has previously viewed which rule supersedes the other. It seemed all our design work for the past several months has proceeded on the assumption that the setbacks had not changed, like the view of the setbacks had not changed from how it was before. So I know there's considerable interest in the neighborhood because if the county starts using the 15-foot setback as opposed to the 6-foot setback, it retroactively affects all the other lots in the neighborhood. And I know there are several letters that have been sent in to this effect, and also a representative for the neighborhood, Tom Heidel, is on the Zoom call.
So you asking for what's you asking for? You asking for 9 feet?
That's right,
variance on
yes.
the rear?
Yes.
And that's the only thing you asking for?
That's right, yes. The other setbacks are more restrictive already, and so the 9-foot, the 6-foot setback on the rear is helpful there. And it's already in place on multiple other homes on that street. Not all the other homes use the 6-foot setback, but there are several that do.
Got a 20-foot alleyway on each side of it?
That's correct, yes.
That's your setback?
So there is a 20-foot alleyway on each side of the lot, and ownership of that alleyway is shared between the two houses on each side. So 10 feet is owned by our owner. This is actually a new thing that was decided in a lawsuit. So it doesn't affect the setback. The setback on the side is actually based on the old property line, which is also shown on the survey. So it's 16 feet from the center of the viewing corridor, but it's only 6 feet from the setback. I'm sorry, it's a little confusing to explain.
Is that drawing, is that on the
This is
boundary?
Montgomery Street, so the Gulf is this way.
Right, but this, is that the boundary line, or is that the house?
The house comes all the way to there.
Yeah, but this, where's the side
So that's a
setback?
wall. There's a wall there.
This is the house.
You see that line is the side setback. So
That
the house is
line.
inside the side setback.
You got entranceway on the front and the back, or you just got a little walkway coming out the rear?
It's just a walkway out of the rear.
Any questions? Have a seat, we'll get with you in just a minute. Stephen, tell us what's going on.
Good evening. If I could enter the staff report into the record with the emails, please, that are separate and marked number 4. Be sure we're on the correct item,
These
right?
are
This
our
is
number 8 now.
Montgomery Street. Yes, those are the ones. Thank you.
You hear that we've been messing with
I
it both.
I appreciate your patience with me tonight with those. The request, though, it is in keeping with the character of the neighborhood and the historic development there. Previous planning director determination has indicated that staff does not enforce covenants and restrictions. The setbacks are not platted; they are just indicated in the covenants and restrictions that the HOA has adopted. I would point out that they're not obligatory; they just speak to minimum setbacks. Though it appears from the outcry in support of the variance that the neighborhood is in much support of the CNR setbacks. despite those things, the request does not meet the variance requirements of the code for hardship.
Anything, any questions for Stephen? Thank you, Stephen.
Welcome.
Anyone else has anything to say in regards to this? Anyone in the community?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I have not been sworn in. Do I need to do that?
Yes, sir.
Yep, this way, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do so swear.
Thank you.
My name is Bill Bowron, and I live at 90 Montgomery Street. At least during the day when they're building the house, I live down the street in a rental house on the same street. We have since 1949, we've had a set of covenants and restrictions that specifically address 6 feet on each side and 25 feet back. I don't quite, excuse me, I'm losing my voice. I don't quite understand the need to change at this point in time what has been going on throughout our street and our neighborhood.
Well, I might have been asleep, but they said it was 6 foot and it's covered in the restrictions. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
the testimony that I heard? And you're saying it's 25?
It's 25 from the front. It's 6 feet on the east and the west and 6 feet on the back.
Okay.
Okay? The only objection is the county is now setting a new setback on the rear side of the property.
So you for the variance?
I am for the variance. Yes, sir, I am. As are Mr. Hydell and about 4 or 5 letters y'all been passing around through the last few.
The neighborhood's for it?
Yes, sir.
Anybody in the neighborhood against it?
Not to my knowledge. Excuse me.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else wants to speak for this?
Someone on Zoom has raised their hand. Mr. Haddad?
Go ahead, sir. Mr. Haddell?
You're muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, this is Tom Hydell. I've lived on Montgomery Street for the last 20 years at 81 Montgomery. And as Lance explained earlier, Sea Highlands was platted in 1949 at the same time that the plat was submitted to the county. The covenants and restrictions were submitted to the county. They have been in place for 70-plus years, and both the neighborhood as well as the county has supported our setbacks.
Mr.
And
Haddell,
Mr.
I don't mean to cut you short, but we got a long night ahead of us. We have heard this testimony from here. I think everybody's in good shape. You for it, right?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. But I think we're in good shape. I don't mean to be rude, but it may be 10 o'clock before we get out of here.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Do you have anything else you want to add? Is anyone from the board has anything?
I have one question for the applicant. It appears on your site plan that you're adhering to the 25 on the front, the 6 foot on the 2 sides.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so it's only the rear setback in question.
That's right, yes. It's already more restrictive on the other 3 sides.
Okay.
Motion to close the public discussion.
Motion to close public discussion.
Second.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Motion?
Make a motion, we approve.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? You got your variance. Item number 9. This is the appeal. It's 7 o'clock. We're gonna take, there was some conversation earlier that people want to take and have a pizza. I personally think we need to get on with it. I think we need to take 10 to 15 minutes. Jeff loves to eat, so it's just Mr. Carpenter is going to join us. He brought the pizza. So what do y'all want to do? Do y'all want to eat or what do y'all want to do?
Well, you can go ahead and start it, and if they order pizza, you can take a break when it gets here. I mean, there's 2 appeals, so.
Can we hear them at one time?
No, I think I fully suspect, regardless of how this board rules, that this may be appealed. So I'd like to keep both of them separate, as 2 separate things, put in evidence for the one appeal. There may be some overlap. If there is, that's fine, but, you know, whatever documents they want to put in for the one case, let them put that in and make arguments. And then for the second matter, the other case, let them put in evidence for that and make arguments for that.
We're gonna take a 10-minute break. All right, I think we have the full board. We have everybody, right? We have our legal staff, we have the county. We will continue our meeting tonight. The next item on the agenda is the appeal of the Kaiya Planning. Find my notes on that, which is item number 9. Kaiya Master Plan Amendment, requested approved final order. Who's here on behalf of the Mitchell Brothers, Inc.? Their agent, Tom Gilday? Yes, sir. Now, it's my understanding we have two, Mr. Hall, we have 2 items. We have 2 appeals tonight. They're concerning the same piece of property. Is that correct? We will hope that the attorneys will help us move this along so we're not here at midnight.
We will try.
You will try?
Try.
Okay. You want to tell us what the appeal, why you appealing?
Yes, let me tell you why we're appealing.
Come up and state your name for the record, sir.
My name's Tom Gilday. I represent Mitchell Brothers. I'm an attorney in Tallahassee. I was last before you in 2017 when we had a hearing. I recognized some faces, but I think there's probably some new members. This matter has a relatively lengthy history, and we're going to go through, I hope in an expedited fashion, some of that history tonight. What this appeal is about is that on February 2nd of 2021, the county issued an addendum which basically attached to the addendum were several sheets of paper which showed this structure right here, which is described as a beach house. It's got a bottom floor, which is semi-open with a bar and a kitchen and some other things. It's got a second floor with a kitchen, lounge. It's got a third floor with trellis on top of it with a bathrooms and other attachments. There, as you'll learn, there is no development order in this case in which these architectural renderings were provided to the county. And that, as you know, under your code, you are required when you submit or modify a development order to provide these architectural renderings. I've had the ability to depose Mr. Carpenter because we have a civil case going on, so I kind of know what the explanation is. And we're going to talk about 3 development orders tonight. There's the May 2016 order, which granted the PUD, and a beach club structure as depicted right here. These behind it are the condominium buildings. And this particular beach club facility was the subject of a lot of controversy. A lot of expert witness testimony was provided to the Planning Commission and to the county. They ultimately approved it. The testimony that we're going to publish is going to be that the experts that were brought here on behalf of SBG went to extreme lengths to reduce the ceiling height of this particular building. Now, Mr. Mitchell contended that the use of a beach club was a commercial enterprise in this situation. We appealed that. That was the subject of a 2017 hearing, and additional testimony was provided during that hearing, again affirming that the intent of the developer here, SBG and Romare, the Kaiya people, was to keep this size of this down so that it didn't impact on Mr. Mitchell. There was a development order in 2017 that moved this structure over to the east side of the property, but there was nothing submitted in 2017 that changed the configuration of this property. There was no architectural elevations provided or anything else. Then we get to 2019, and there is a application for basically the plat of the Kaiya development and the changes that they had made in terms of some of the buildings on the other side of 30A. And there was a reference, the only reference to the beach club was a reference of 1,962 square feet. There were no architectural elevations attached to the application. There was no indication that this property was going to change at all. And so what happened was in 2021, apparently the developer became concerned that he didn't have a development order which would support building this structure. And so this addendum was issued. And so the main issue we're going to be arguing is that your development code doesn't allow you to go from this to this unless you go through the development process. And that means submitting the application, the architectural renderings, the other information to the planning department, and then you go through and conduct planning meetings or whatever else you're going to do. That didn't happen in this case.
That building built, the clubhouse that was permitted in 2000?
Not yet. Not yet.
So they proposed it in a development order, and then they've changed it, and you're saying they changed it without a development order, so he's come back and applied for a development order. Is that what you're saying?
No, hasn't done that. The addendum says it's a Mr. Carpenter describes it as retroactive and a clarification, and that this structure was approved in a prior development order. Now, Mr. Carpenter acknowledges that these architectural renderings were never submitted in 2007 or 2009 or any other time, because frankly, they didn't exist. The date in these drawings is 2021. So our argument is that Kaiya cannot proceed, doesn't have a valid development order, and the second appeal, which is the building permit was issued in February 2021 as well. If you don't have a development order, you can't get a valid building permit. And so that's in essence what we're going to be presenting.
Your first appeal is that they do not have a development order, is that correct?
Right.
They do not have a correct development order. with a
Not for
correct-
this
Okay.
structure.
Your second appeal is going to be based on the permit that was issued, cannot be issued because the development order is not proper. Is that where we are
Yeah,
tonight?
correct. correct. So, your ruling on the development order is largely dispositive of the building permit issue.
And this stuff came before us in 2017?
A different matter came before you in 2017, and we're going to go through that.
That,
Yes.
my memory is not good.
Yeah, you signed that order. It should be in the back.
Yeah, I've got the orders.
Correctly?
I didn't prepare that one. That was before I started representing this board. Yeah, I've already checked all that out
Mark
to make
Davis
sure.
signed it?
I don't know who prepared it. I'm just saying you signed it.
So I have, we have put Mr. Mitchell on. We've got some transcript excerpts. We're not going to read the whole transcript, but limited amount of information, which I think establishes what we're saying, is that the only development order that exists approved this structure right here, and there was a lot of testimony about why this structure was designed like this. And so, my client, Mr. Mitchell, strongly objects to what is in essence now a two-floor, both a lounge, bar, and then an open party deck on top, when what was presented by Kaiya and all of its witnesses was basically one story, maybe it had a second.
I think we understand that. I think we understand, everybody understand where we're at tonight, what we're looking at, right?
So far?
Yes.
Mr. Howell, you can go ahead and give us a brief.
Brief opening, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman.
sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Steve Hall, Land Use Attorney for Walton County. The initial appeal is on the addendum that's before you as an exhibit attached to the appeal. The addendum is never meant to be a development order. It is a specified tool that the department uses to clarify an existing development order where a question has been raised about one or more components of that development order. The addendum that's being challenged here is a time-honored tool used by the planning department. Mac Carpenter will tell you all about that. This addendum was actually the result of meetings with both of these parties. The other party that's here tonight, although not an official party, thanks to a local judge's ruling, is the applicant or the permittee. The local planning staff met with both of these parties. The event was the submission of a building permit application. Both parties came to the department and said, wait a minute, what does this development order say about the building permit for this beach house structure, also known as Building U in earlier development orders? Staff basically went and researched, provided this addendum as a clarification of what was in the approved development orders up to that point. If you look at the exhibits that are attached to the addendum, it shows you they did a good job just trying to pick up the different pieces of the different development orders that have been approved for this PUD and then use it as a clarification to help the parties. In the classic realm of no good deed goes unpunished, we're now once again in between the Hatfields and the McCoys as the county, trying to do the right thing here. And I can tell you, you need to understand, and I do believe that the permittee / applicant will provide it in great detail, but for our purposes, there's a development order, a detailed development, PUD development order for the Strand, which is cited in the addendum, which provides the necessary elements that the department reviews for what is called an accessory use or an amenity. Remember that it's important that this particular beach club has been treated in the last ZBOA appeal. It was confirmed as a non-commercial residential supporting amenity There's a pool and a beach house next to it. No parking spaces, no Florida area ratio considerations, nothing but what the department generally considers for an amenity like this one. So it's important to understand the addendum is not a development order, wasn't intended to be. It was intended to help clarify a question raised by both parties when the challenged building permit that will come up was applied for. So at this point, the county will be brief in explaining what the addendum structure is through Mac Carpenter, the head planner, and we'll then very quickly go through the contents of this addendum to try to explain a little more exactly what it was intended to do. And we believe that it is not a development order or a development permit as alleged, improperly adopted one as alleged by the petitioner. We think it's, we were just trying to help as the local planning department. So I don't know whether the new members of the board would like to have a little better overall explanation of what the Kaiya PUD is, where it's located, what its, what its overall components are. We'd be glad to provide that information if the board is interested at the time we present our case.
Okay, thank you. What other attorneys are we dealing
Mr. Roberts is here, and he's, as Mr. Hall indicated just a moment ago, he represents the developer who got the permit and has a development order, so they're represented as well.
But our appeal is handled on behalf of Mr.
The Mitchell brothers, yes. So what happens is, when a permit's issued or development order is issued, an affected party can appeal the building departments or the planning department.
Day is going to represent Mr. Mitchell.
Yes, sir. Who's
Legal counsel, Mr. Hall, is going to represent
county staff.
the other attorneys can be parties to.
Well, because of a prior ruling, as Mr. Hall touched on in his opening, Judge Lewis in the past has ruled on a case where Mr. Shipman intended to intervene, basically, had ruled that they should not be treated as parties at this juncture. However, they're here, they're members of the public, they have an interest in it. I would recommend that this board allow them to speak, just like they would anybody else from the public. That would not allow them necessarily to question witnesses, but they can present other members from the public that may have information relevant for this board to hear. So with that being said, they can come up and put some argument forth, but we do want to be clear that we don't believe, based on Judge Lewis's ruling, that we should at this point allow them to, get up and cross-examine Mr. Gilday's witnesses. That would be left up to Mr. Hall, this board, and even myself, pursuant to the Land Development Code. You are allowed to ask questions. I'm allowed to ask questions. Mr. Hall is allowed to ask questions. It's just Mr. Roberts is generally barred from that. Like we would let someone else from the public start questioning another person from the public.
But
They could raise it.
But there again, we will give y'all the opportunity to be part of the conversation, but we don't want to get into reputation. Fair enough?
You want to come up here, Mr. Roberts?
And state your name for the record.
John Roberts, attorney on behalf of SBG PR LLC. We do have some folks that do need to speak. I think it will help the board if they get the information directly from those folks, and we'd like the opportunity to direct them as to how the testimony should flow forward. If Mr. Dykes decides that, based on the judge's ruling, that we're not allowed to question certain witnesses, then we are going to put those witnesses on with prepared testimony to give you a better understanding of what this issue actually is and how it came to be. I guess we're going to have to rely on Mr. Dykes to tell us what we can and can't do based on the judge's ruling. That's an uncomfortable and unfortunate position, because normally we would want to cross and take part in this as though it were a regular hearing. Having read the ruling a number of different times, I think you're in the unfortunate position of determining what we can and can't do, as you said.
Yeah, well, and we'll kind of cross those bridges when we get there.
Mr. Dice, I think if you if we give Mr. Gilday the opportunity to present his appeal, we'll give Mr. Hall the opportunity to cross-examine questions. And then we will give them the opportunity to address their witnesses to the board.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I mean, I think we go through it, and like I said, if we come to a situation where we need
We'll
to
get there.
take a step back, we'll do that at that point. But, you know, I know Mr. Roberts, you know, wants to present for his client, just like, you know, Mr. Gilday and Mr. Hall do. But we do have kind of a unique situation here with, you know, Judge Lewis's previous order.
We hope that appeal is gonna be appealed in the appellate court and maybe be overturned, but we're gonna give you every opportunity to get your point across. Fair
Thank
enough?
you. It is, and with.
It's not just you, it's anybody in this room. We always try to make sure everybody has the opportunity to present their testimony.
Sure, and with
That being said, we're gonna move along.
with respect to motions in limine or objections, Hayward, how do you want us to handle those? Or, I'm sorry, Mr. Dykes.
You're not.
Yeah, I mean, just so everyone's clear, even though there's a bunch of lawyers in the room, this isn't a court of law. We don't abide by necessarily the formal rules of evidence and procedure that a court would. We are quasi-judicial. That's why we swear people in, and you as a board are kind of wearing that hat as to make a decision. So that's why the name is quasi-judicial. It's not judicial, but quasi-judicial in nature. What I believe Mr. Roberts is indicating, there are some things that he wants to say that he doesn't believe this board should consider or give much weight. I've indicated to him that, you know, he can make those arguments when he comes up. And that's what I would recommend, is you just do that. If somebody brings something up, as we said, we've had those situations in the past where you have attorneys jumping up and objecting, and I don't want that evidence in. My advice generally is, you know, let the evidence come in, and this board just give it the weight that it wants to give it. If you want to give it a bunch of weight, great. If you don't want to give it any weight, that's fine as well. Just like if someone comes up and testifies, you don't believe a word coming out of his or her mouth, then you can just disregard that testimony.
We've had enough opening. Thank you. Mr. Gilday, present your case.
Right. We would start with Mr. Mitchell. Do you want him to come up there? Or you
Yes.
want-
Yeah, and this goes for anybody that may wish to present any evidence. Just as you give it to us, give us a moment to mark it, and we'll, you know, and pass it out. We'll need to make sure, because I anticipate there may be a lot of evidence that comes in. Make sure Karen has a complete record, you know, for tonight.
Would you like me to hand them to the board members, or?
Yeah, I mean, has Mr. Hall, have you had an opportunity? You got any issues?
He's provided.
Okay, yeah, if you'll go ahead and pass those out now, Mr. Gilday.
I have 4.
Okay, well.
Appellate Exhibit A.
Yeah,
We do need to enter the staff report. Is that, we don't have a staff report.
Got something.
Chairman, I have a one-page summary of argument, which is the staff report.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Hey, Eddie, if you take the stand there,
And do we have an issue by anybody if we just go ahead and accept the entire book into evidence as composite exhibit A?
maybe some that we don't get into, so I've got them tabbed, so we.
Oh,
can
so you
look at
just want to wait till you put them in? Okay, so with that being said, Mr. Chairman, we won't accept the entire book. We'll let Mr. Gilday go ahead and,
I thought you said that Mr. Hall said he had no objection to it being.
well, he has
accepted.
no objection, but Mr. Gilday may not want to put everything in the evidence.
Right. So let's go through it, and then we can decide. There may be a couple at the back we don't have to get to.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I don't know if Mr. Mitchell was in the room when people were sworn, so
All
he
right.
probably needs to be sworn.
Mr. Mitchell, if you'll raise your right hand, sir, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir.
All right. Please state your name for the record, Mr. Mitchell.
Eddie Mitchell,
Where do you reside?
Tallahassee, Florida.
Do you own a lot that is adjacent to the Kaiya development?
I guess I do, 350 Sand Cliffs.
Mr. Gaudet, since we are recording this, if you don't mind, just before you start asking any questions or speaking, just be by one of these microphones so we can try to pick that up.
Large photo. Describe where your property is on that photo and when that photo was taken.
This is Palace Beach over here. Baby's house right here.
Mr. Mitchell?
My property prior to,
But we need you closer to that mic if we can. I know you.
Frank, you don't mind if he used that, do you?
Try to stay as close to that mic as possible.
Here, let me just hold it.
Mr. Gilday, those exhibits that you have against the wall, are they yours? Do you want to bring them up closer so you don't have to have so much time getting them? You can have them readily available?
All of them right now. Just briefly describe where your property is.
this is the property that I bought, years back.
Need to be at the microphone, sir.
Excuse me. Property I bought years back before Kaiya came in and bought this strip of land right here. The maze, it's a single-family house. It's almost like probably the first house anywhere on 30A or on this end of 30A. But they were my neighbors, and I guess they got an offer they couldn't refuse, and they ended up selling their property. And, you know, I hated that, but the people that bought the property, you know, once I found out they were doing a beach club, and, you know, as I found out they were doing a beach club, then, you know, I saw what they were doing here, and, you know, I was trying to, when I met with y'all last time, I was trying to convince you that what they were doing, I didn't see any way they could do it without it being commercial. I mean, I've got a house, and they're 5 foot from my house. 5 foot. They're building this, I call it almost a monstrosity, to be 5 foot from this neighborhood right here is Sand Cliffs. It's non-rental. You can't be over 18 and a half foot high. And just, you know, it almost makes me sick to think about what they're doing there.
All right, let's take a look at what is Exhibit 1 in the notebook. Mitchell? And is that the plan unit development master plan application, I think filed by Theriac in Spain?
That's what they showed me back when, and that's what they submitted, I guess, back in 16 when we met the first time. And then the little building back behind there, the tall building, that's apartment buildings.
Now, was there a planning committee meeting about the Kaiya PUD?
Yes.
Did you attend that?
Did I attend the planning meeting?
Yes.
You talking about meetings where they talked about doing the PUD?
Yeah, and what they were going to do with this beach club.
Yes.
And did you attend the county commission meeting in which they talked about what they were going to do with the beach club?
Yes.
All right, take a look at Exhibit 1. And in particular, I put red tabs on various documents in this application. For instance, page 23, you see that? Yes. Yeah.
Second tab.
Is that an architectural rendering of what the beach club is going to look like?
Yes, it is.
Architect,
It's a one-story, it's supposed to be a one-story open-air building, and the roof wasn't gonna be over 23 foot.
okay. Take a look at some of the other pages that are marked 27, 28, 29, 30, 31.
Mr. Gilday, if you through with your display, I like to move it, because I like to see you when you talk.
Right.
All right, you see those?
Yeah, they're, the one-story. It was always called, from day one, it was called the pool amenity. Pool amenity building.
And do they depict what it was to look like?
Yeah, this is what we were given. This was at the meeting that they presented what they were doing.
And was there discussion about lowering the roof of the building so that it wouldn't impact upon your property?
Correct, and I specifically remember at the meeting, the lady that was presenting it for Kaiya represented it to the people on the board because they were concerned about it. She represented to them that she was going to lower it even more. But what was presented was the 23 foot.
Let's take a look at exhibit number 2. And in particular, the drawing, it's tabbed as AM 3-2. Okay, and taking a look at, for instance, the south elevation, can you determine what the height of the beach club is?
23 foot to the top of the roof.
Now, there is a reference to, and back to, an additional 8 feet. Does that reference the condominium buildings that were behind it?
Yes, there's, and that's another thing, they're trying to mix the board and the county up. There was 16 of the, I don't know what they call them, townhomes or whatever, and they reduced that from 16 to 12. And then you had the pool amenity building, which was separate from the townhomes. The height limit on the townhomes was like 43 foot. But that didn't have anything to do with the pool. And Kaiya's trying to convince the county that the pool amenity building, which is, there again, they changed the name. Now they're trying to say the pool is the pool amenity and the building is something else. And it's just like, it's unbelievable to me that somebody could think the board was that naive. I mean, it's not rocket scientist stuff. But anyway, yeah, the high building in the back is the townhomes.
We would move exhibits 1 and 2 into the record.
So enter.
Okay. Now let's turn over to exhibit 4, if you would, Mr. Mitchell.
Mr. Gilday, so those two exhibits, we're going to mark those as 1 and 2,
Yeah, appellants 1 and 2.
appellants 1 and 2. Thank you, sir.
Could we clarify, were those exhibits from the application submitted?
These are the only ones we've been able to locate, so. Yes.
The 2016
Yes,
drawing that
yes.
was included in their original.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes.
So both items that are tabbed 1 and 2 in the book will be introduced without.
Hey, turn over to exhibit number 4, Mr. Mitchell.
Okay.
And does this appear to be documents that were presented to the Planning Commission when they approved, recommended approval of this project?
Yes, it does.
And do they depict the same architectural renderings that we've been looking at in terms of what is in essence a one-story beach club, maybe with a second floor or an attic or something like that?
Like it might have been lowered a little, I don't know, but that's typical of what I was looking at then.
Okay. Do you recall whether these documents this was part of a presentation made to the county commission by the architect that Kaiya brought to the planning commission?
Yes, it was.
My mic?
Corey Bolt, I think, is the lady that did it.
All right, we would move exhibit 4.
Appellants exhibit number 4. Hello, Andrew.
I mean, I don't know if I need to.
1 second, Mr. Just 1 second. We're trying to get a mic over there for staff so they don't have to push him out if they need to ask a question. So, I'm sorry, go ahead. Table space.
Okay, Eddie, let me just put in the record a couple of documents. Like to turn to Exhibit 5, which is an original transcript, but an excerpt of the Planning Commission on April 14, 2016. Looks like Mr. Roberts was there, if I'm not mistaken. I'd like to publish, this is Mauricio Castro. And if you look on page 18, so now go slowly here because this is what we have not seen, the particular part, this PowerPoint, which we have not seen before. And then I want to go over to page 19, and I've highlighted in yellow the parts that I would like to publish into the record. And it starts, and then coming to the beach building itself, but which, by the way, we lowered in height. So we brought it down about 6 feet in total height and made it far more central in form to make sure it was more compatible with the adjacent property. So, and then going over to, going further down on page 20, we say, I want to publish. What we did is we took into consideration the setback, a 10-foot buffer setback that we need to have next to the one-story property next door on the west side, and made the volume of the house, if you will, and I'm talking about this, the conduit on the west side, southwest of the property, and the cabanas to be 1 story in height. So you have a 1-story to 1-story. And then bottom of page 21, so the idea was, again, hearing the comments that we heard before to try to accommodate everything and bring it down as much as we could. And then on page 22, we took, and it's highlighted on page 22, we took care in depicting that as much as we could in terms of the actual building and the relationship of the two side to side. So turning over to page 23, the highlighted section, says what you see here is is the lowering of the pool building itself, a longer view looking to that. And then down at the bottom page, highlighted, there was another concern about how big this deck would be and how many people would have. We decided so it won't be a big deck with a lot of people, as control of the deck controlled the pool, if you will, with the 4 open cabanas and some lounge chairs surrounding the pool with the pool building on the back. And I think that's all we're going to publish out of that transcript.
Paper. Exhibit 5.
It's 5, Exhibit 5. Yes, we do.
And again, Mr. Chairman, clarification, this is the hearing on the original conceptual PUD in 2016.
From the planning commission.
That's correct.
Right. And then we have the hearing on May 10th, 2016. And this is the county commission meeting. And on page 13, Mauricio Castro speaks. And what I'm going to publish on page 13 is what I'm going to do now is walk you through the designing process and the actual qualities of the project. It may seem a little bit redundant, basically what Scott said, but I'm going to give you a perspective from the design standpoint, the basic standpoints, and the quality of the project. You turn over to page 21. We did the same presentation in the last Planning Commission, how we're dealing with the south side piece that takes you all down to the Gulf and amended the previous plan from that standpoint. What you see here is our proposed new version, which has a pretty much taken down the scale of the pool building on the amenity to the south. Turning over to page 23, the highlighted portion. What we did there was to create a series of buffering elements. There's a 10-foot requirement on each side of the property, so there is see here, this rendering, you see the right 10-foot required buffer. On the left side, we have a 6-foot wall is what you could do by code, the buffer itself, and then you have on the 10 feet from the property line, we're proposing an 8-foot wall that goes to the square about. And that's all we intend to publish from the commission, so we would ask that be accepted into evidence.
Exhibit 6.
Okay.
Do we want to specify the pages, or we just going to accept Exhibit 6?
I would just accept Exhibit 6, and then that way if somebody else needs to read some more from it, they can.
Yeah. All right, then turning over to Exhibit 7 is the final order. And we would move it into the record, although it's probably already in the record somewhere, but
Exhibit 7, so entered.
and I want to call your attention to condition O on the conditions. The condition says the additional south parcel alternative compatibility enhancement measures as presented to and recommended by the Planning Commission on April 14, 2016 for the south parcel south of CR 30A to include a center pedestrian walkway, double walls, cabana on the west side as a north buffer, lower pool building, and a lower portion walkway, double walls, cabanas on the west side as a north buffer, lower pool building, and lower portion on the west side of the western condos, as shown on the revised plans attached to the BCC staff report.
We've entered number 7, right?
Right. And then turning over to number 8. Number 8 is the development order, September 12, 2016. Call your attention to condition number 18, which states that the proposed building U within the portion of the development site located south of CR 30A will be a private amenity, not a commercial use location. And then in note number 21, you get the same conditions that were on the May 10th, 2016 order. All right, I'd like to turn over to Exhibit 9.
We need to enter Exhibit 8.
Yes, please enter Exhibit 8. Thank you for speeding it along. Okay, Mr. Mitchell, would you take a look at what is identified as Exhibit 9? Have you seen that before?
Document?
Yes. Okay. What was Kaiya seeking to do with this minor development order? Take a look at the...
It says here, requesting a reduction in density height and the pool amenity and increasing the building setback. Keeping in mind that from day one, you can go back and look at all the drawings and stuff. The building U or the beach house is the pool amenity building. The pool is the pool. They've come here lately and they've changed the writing and put the pool amenity in the pool and calling the building beach house or something. It's very important to go back and look what they got done. I mean, I've never dealt with anybody that is like this has been. It's crazy.
All right, so were you presented or did you see any architectural elevations that modified the beach club that was approved in 2016?
Last time that I looked at these, not the last time I looked at them, obviously I've seen them and dealt with stuff for the last 3 years with them, but the last thing that I saw as far as the pool building, the pool amenity building, was what we're looking at. Only by chance, about 2 or 3 months ago, I asked my daughter, you know, have y'all seen anything about when they're going to start doing this or that or whatever? I said, go to the DEP and see if they've submitted for plans or for approval from DEP. She did. So I said, request a copy of the plan. They sent us a copy of the plan. That's it. When I saw that, it was like, oh my gosh, that's the first time about 3 months ago that I've ever seen this stuff we're looking at right now. That 3-story building. That I've got a house sitting here with a pool, a family house, you know, private. And the way they sold this thing to us, we were going to be at elevation 31, they were going to be at 22, and we wouldn't see them. They were going to design it to where it would be like looking out.
Mr. Gilday.
Yes.
I mean, you know, we want to speed this up and move along.
Okay.
But I'm a little confused about your Exhibit 9. Your Exhibit 9, I believe, is going to be the technical review board, right?
Right.
And they're requesting a reduction in the density height of the pool amenities and increase the building setback. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Then that don't have anything to do with his testimony right then, right? So lead us to his testimony, but let's get there all at one time.
Okay. All right, so turn over to,
Now, are you through with Exhibit 9? Because you haven't entered any into evidence. Do you want to enter that into evidence?
yes, we enter Exhibit 9.
So entered.
Move on to Exhibit number 10, which is the development order. And the request was a minor development order requesting to reduce density from 16 units to 12 units, to reduce the building height from 4 stories or 50 feet to 3 stories or 43 feet and 6 inches, reduce the pool amenity area from 1,664 square feet to 1,020, and increase the building setback from 10 feet to 34 feet. Mr. Mitchell, were any drawings or architectural elevations or representations made in 2017, like the beach club that you found the plans for in 2021?
No, I apologize, that's what I was trying to explain a while ago, but no, I hadn't.
Okay, let's move on. I'm going to skip 11. Well, let's go ahead and let me move on to 11. First of all, let me.
So enter 10 into Exhibit.
Yeah.
Do you want to?
Yes.
The other things you had marked in 10, do we need to look at these?
Yeah, we moved 10 into evidence.
Yes, sir. So entered.
Right, moving on to Exhibit 11, it's a staff report dated October 26, 2017. This has to deal with the appeal of the 2016 development order. Calling your attention to note number 1. Particularly it says BCC approved a deviation from 11.01.02 as part of the PUD approval to allow technical reviews of projects within the conceptual PUD to be reviewed as minor developments. Additionally, this project is a reduction in what was previously approved by the BCC for this portion of the Kaiya project. So let me move on to number 12.
We enter Exhibit
Yeah.
11, so entered.
Exhibit number 12 is a transcript from the Board of Adjustment hearing. It was held on November 27, 2017. I want to publish a very limited portion of that transcript. And it's Mr. Carpenter testifying. On page 77, he identifies himself. Then on page 83, well, let me go to where I want to go. Please, the question the staff asked both preliminarily and subsequently, please verify that Building U is a private amenity and not commercial use. Building U is a private amenity. The answer was Building U is a private amenity and not commercial use. And what you've referenced says the same thing, doesn't it? Okay. Private amenity, not commercial use. Question. All right. Would you agree with me that a private amenity can be used commercially? Answer, commercially, yes. I'll agree with you on that.
That would be conceptually, yes. Clarify.
Conceptually? It's not, I don't see it. Oh, conceptually,
line
yes, yes.
19.
Yes, you're right.
Let's stay close.
Page 105. This is Jason Romer, who is identified on page 103. I want to publish the highlighted testimony. The reason we moved the community over is because he said it was a nuisance and it was too close. The reason we lowered it was because he said it was too high. We moved the pool building back to match his southernmost corner of his property so that he can maintain his view. And then on page 118, I want to publish the testimony of Marie Ann Corey Vogt. She was an architect. She testified at the hearing beginning on page 121. We also kind of pushed the beach club further back and also lowered it so that Mr. Mitchell's views would not in any way be impeded by a new structure and that he could have a 180-degree view from both east to the west. And like I said, we're gradually stepping down the pedestrian road from elevation 30 to 22 feet 6 inches. And then on page 125. And then you also, in your design, reduce the size of the pool amenity too. Is that correct? That is correct. And you lowered the height. That is correct. And that's all from that. And then I'd like to move that deposition excerpt into the record.
Exhibit 12?
Yes.
Low end.
Then Exhibit 13 is the final order dated December 13th, 2017.
Just a clarification, that was not a deposition excerpt, that was a transcript from
expert.
this zoning board's hearing where the zoning board ultimately rejected the appeal.
Thank you for clarification.
Okay. On the final order, I think the operative paragraph is number 2. And it says that a minor development order request was filed by Jenkins Engineering, Inc. on behalf of SBG PR on July 5, 2017, and sought a minor development order for the Kaiya PUD. The Strand requested to reduce the density from 16 units to 12 units, reduce the building height from 4 stories or 30 feet to 3 stories or 43 feet 6 inches, reduce the pool amenity area from 1,664 square feet to 1,020 square feet, and increase the building setback on the west side from 10 to 34 feet. And we would request that this order be entered into the record.
So ordered.
Okay.
So entered. Number 13.
All right, then we get to July 25th, our exhibit number 14.
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Maybe when, since the Board of Adjustment heard it, decided it, wrote an order, maybe do we not explain to the board exactly what that was about?
Sure, I'd be glad to tell you. That was an appeal as to whether the Strand, which was submitted in, I think, July 2017. That was an appeal by Mitchell Brothers as to whether the beach club was compatible under the land use code. That was the issue. And that was the issue that ultimately the board determined that we did not meet our burden of proof to establish that it was not compatible.
And we denied the appeal.
Correct.
And you appealed it to the circuit court.
Well, the appeal to the circuit court was actually of the initial development order, May 2016.
Appealed our decision?
No, we did not. We were planning to, but we did not. We reached a settlement with SBG and dismissed the appeal. Now, we're in circuit court now over that settlement in terms of who breached the settlement agreement. So that's why this did not go any further.
Main thing that you entered this testimony is to establish that the reduction in the heights and the footage is the reason you want that entered tonight?
Our argument is that what was approved in 2016 was the building that I showed you the depiction and the architectural elevations for that building. There are no other. In 2017 and in 2019, the applicant never came back to the Planning Commission with architectural elevation showing that he was going to build a different structure.
You appealed our decision, and with the understanding that he's gonna build what they presented,
Right.
and y'all reached a little settlement outside where
Right.
everybody's happy. And now then they're making something proposals, so using that testimony that night to argue your case tonight.
Well, what I'm trying to establish is that it was important in 2016, when the county commission approved this PUD, that to satisfy Mr. Mitchell and the other people in Sand Cliffs, that the beach club facility be a low, more or less single-story structure so that it would be limited in terms of how many people would be using it and how much impact it would have on Mr. Mitchell and others. Okay, that was the purpose of that. So we didn't know about what ultimately they're now trying to do.
Okay, I got
Okay,
you. So
okay.
thank you for the
Feel free to ask
clarification.
questions.
Did we enter that exhibit 14? 14. Did we do anything in 13?
We entered 13. 14, I don't think the request has been made or that it's been entered.
Go ahead, Mr. Gilday.
Okay, on Exhibit 14 is an request to approve a final order for a revision to the PUD master plan. And I would like to call your attention to page 6 of 9. Okay. And reference, the reference is 1,962 square feet of beach pool amenity beachside. See that? Okay. That is the only reference I can find in anything that was submitted to the planning department that talks about the beach club. So, Mr. Mitchell, let me ask you this question. Did at any time during the consideration of this 2019 request for approval of a revision to a PUD master plan, were you aware of any attempt by Kaiya to construct a beach club other than what you had seen previously and had been presented in 2016?
No, it's like I say, the first I even, when I saw that 2 or 3 months ago, but no.
All right. We would request this be entered in as Exhibit 14.
14, so entered.
Turning over to number 15. This is a 2-page depiction. It's identified as Exhibit E. Mr. Mitchell, would you take a look at this, and is this the document that was attached to the addendum that was filed by the county in February 2021?
Yes, it seems to be.
Taking a look at the second page, is this the three-story structure with the deck on top?
Yes, it looks like what they submitted.
All right, we would request that Exhibit 15 be attached or entered into the record.
Exhibit 15?
15.
15, correct, 15.
There again, it's the first I'd ever seen that, you know, whenever we got that.
You want to enter the Exhibit 15 and 16, because 16's exhibit is showed a three-story.
Oh, let me clarify, you're correct. Exhibit 15 is the Exhibit E two-page exhibit.
And that's the addendum.
Right.
So entered. How about number 16?
All right, number 16. Mr. Mitchell, do you know whether what we've attached here is from the Kaiya Beach website?
Yes, it is.
Does it appear to identify the structure that Kaiya is now trying to construct?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Looking at this website, does Kaiya state that it's going to have club memberships which provide personal services to the members?
Yeah, it goes on and on. It's like they do everything.
Okay. It says, for instance, in the middle of it, we understand the need for highly personal housekeeping and pool services. We understand the need for carefully orchestrated pantry services. We understand the need for uncomplicated payment procedures. We understand the need for high-tech beach and pool services. Does it appear to you that people using the beach club are going to pay for drinks, snacks, be provided other personal services?
Most definitely, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
In your mind, are those commercial services, commercial activities?
Yes.
We would request that Exhibit 16 be accepted into the record.
So enters 16 into the record. Clarification, Mr. Gilbert. David, you believe that the addendum and that you presented evidence in number 15 is the same structure that will be built that is shown in Exhibit 16. Is that your?
I think the testimony, let me ask Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell, does what's on the website, the Kaiya Beach House, does it appear to be what is reflected on Exhibit E?
It appears to be similar.
Yeah.
But you don't know that to be the case.
It's the same building.
Yeah, looks like same building, but no. Can I tell you that maybe maybe this is some other iteration, but this is what's on the website, and it definitely does refer to the Kaiya Beach House, which has the same name as what's on the plan, so we're pretty certain that's what it is.
The addendum that you presented has the two-story plus the flat roof.
Correct.
And that's what you are depicting in number 16, is that it's the same structures.
Yeah.
It looks like it is. I mean, didn't sit down like an architect and measured or whatever. I'm sure it's the same
building.
We got it. Go
Okay.
ahead.
So just to sum up, with regard to the 2019 amendment to the Kaiya PUD, were any architectural elevations ever submitted, or did you ever see any architectural elevations for the Kaiya Beach House? Well, did I confuse you? Let me reword it. Going back to the 2019 approval of the Kaiya amendment to the Kaiya PUD, did you ever see any architectural elevations which reflected the structures, what we see on Exhibit 15 or 16?
No, I did not.
Was that in 2019 when they submitted it to the planning department?
Yes. Now, and when they submitted the amendment to the, to bring the PUD up to date and reflect all the changes they had made, that's what I was referring to in 2019. To be clear, and I think Mr. Carpenter will acknowledge, I know he'll acknowledge it because he's already testified to it, that there are no architectural elevations for 2019. There are none for 2017. There are no architectural elevations going back to what we looked at May in 2016 until you get to February of 2021. And so we move on. It's February 2, 2021, and this is the addendum to the master plan. The addendum, and I call your attention to it, the reference to the beach pool amenity is on the front page. It says 1,819 square feet of beach pool amenity, building U only, reduction, it's minus 143 feet. And then attached to, I've tabbed it towards the back of the addendum, is Exhibit E. You see the last tab. And Mr. Mitchell, if you look at that last tab, I think it's got a yellow sticky on it.
Are we still on 17?
No, we're looking at, yes, Exhibit 17.
Okay. Second tab or? Huh?
Yes.
Last tab.
Last tab or the second tab?
No, last.
'Cause there's 4 of them in here, right?
There's a yellow sticky on the last page.
Ours is
Yeah,
red.
I'm not seeing a yellow.
Ours is red.
A yellow mark?
Yes. Can you determine what the height of this structure identified as Exhibit E is? Well, if you can't, we'll turn over. We have the building.
I think it's showing
Glasses aren't strong enough to read that. 36 feet.
36, and then it goes on up another.
Okay. Does the, what is marked as Exhibit E, does it show a landscape buffer and a wall to the,
Which, on the same?
yeah, the same document?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Now, is that, the wall that's shown there, is that on the boundary line of your property?
Yes. The one that's shown here.
All right. We would move this into the record as 17.
So enter 17.
And then taking a look at Exhibit 18, or Exhibit 19. Did you take a look at Exhibit 19, and Mr. Mitchell, tell us what these plans are?
Skipping over 18.
Yes.
These are a copy of the plans they have to build the amenity building, the beach house.
Okay.
Looks to me like that's what it is.
Do you know whether these were submitted to the building department or the building permit?
I'm assuming they were.
Okay, take a look back at exhibit,
Permit set.
take a look back at Exhibit 18.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Exhibit 18, is that a letter from Marie Ann Corey Vogt to the building inspector? I can certify construction drawings contained and submitted to the building department for the above referenced product, represent a certified plan as confirmed below by my signature and seal?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's then, we would move Exhibit 18 into the record.
So enter.
All right, let's move over to, back to Exhibit 19. Now, take a look at the, in the little window identified as project data on the face of this plan. Okay, what is the conditioned area on the first floor area?
1,309 square foot, what it says.
What's the conditioned area on the second floor?
1,936 square foot.
So it's a total of 3,245 square feet, correct? Have you,
Yes.
have you seen any development order which approved a structure with 3,245 square feet of conditioned space?
That, please.
Have you seen any development order in 2015, 16, or 17 that approved a development order to construct a structure that had 3,245 square feet?
No, I haven't. I hadn't seen anything.
And then it goes on, there's covered unconditioned area and uncovered unconditioned area. What's the total down at the bottom?
7,632 square foot.
All right, let's look at just a couple of other items on this. Looking to the first tab, which is A-1.0. Okay. Are the uses of this building identified on the plans?
Are the what?
Are the uses of this structure identified here?
Don't see anything.
Well, is there a reference?
Chairman, we'd be glad to stipulate that the document says what it says. We're really putting the quasi and quasi-judicial here, leading us through a pile
I
of
think
documents.
Mr. Gilday is doing a good job going from the very beginning, 2016, and explaining that the square footage, if I'm right on this, Mr. Gilday, where the square footage that was approved on the PUD was less than 1,900, and it was reduced by 143, which gets you to 1819, and now you're up to 7,000 feet. So I think we need to let him present his testimony, and then you will have the opportunity to
I will, Mr.
explain to the board how you can get it amended from 18 to 7,000 without advertising. I mean, I think that's what we're here for. So we're gonna let him go ahead.
All right, let me, does.
Yeah, anyway, it shows the property line, my property line, the existing, Sand Cliffs fence.
Okay.
It shows the coastal protection zone, top of the bluff,
Oh,
shows
he's
the
on the right
wall.
page.
Okay, are you on page A-1.0? It,
Dash 0.1.
no, A-1.0.
Go ahead.
Are you on that page? All right. Are
Well, I
the,
mean, I don't have a, there's no,
Down at the bottom right-hand
right down at the
corner.
bottom right hand? Oh, I think you're on the wrong exhibit. All right.
okay.
My question to you, does the structural plan here identify the uses of the particular rooms? For instance, is a living room shown? You see a bar?
Yes, it has a living room, kitchen, men's room, reception. This shows, different things. It shows a bar, rather large bar.
All right, let's take a look at the next page. And on the left-hand side is the second floor plan. Are the uses identified?
There again, shows a elevator. It's a commercial elevator. A lounge, study, porch,
Is there a kitchen?
kitchen, pantry.
All right, then on the right side, is there a third a floor plan for the third floor?
Yes, there again, elevator.
Is there a summer kitchen and pantry?
A roof terrace, and it shows, a summer kitchen, a pantry, and an open.
Okay, and does that indicate, do the uses that are identified here indicate to you that there is going to be commercial entertainment at this?
Yes, it does.
All right, let's turn over to A2-.2. And looking at the south elevation section, can you determine a little more easily what the height of this structure is?
Highest point they're showing here looks like it's either 35 or 36 foot, but
And it goes,
it's going on up another 5 foot above that at least. And then you got the elevator sticking up. Can I comment about this?
sure.
I mean, the first floor higher than what they had indicated it would be. They had indicated, I think the first floor was supposed to be like a 24. But irregardless, if it was just the first floor, that was a livable thing. But you can imagine that when you go up to the second floor and you got these windows and you're gonna have those people looking down on you, you go to the third floor, people just look, and I'm talking about 5 foot from my house is what we're talking about here.
That's not what the drawings show. So we're clear. There's a
Do what?
10-foot landscape buffer, and then the building is an additional 24 foot over,
Okay, I agree with that.
34 feet.
Yeah, yeah, the building itself with the buffer is 5 foot from my house. And I think if you're standing up in these areas up there looking down, I mean, if it's 34 foot or if it's 24 foot, it's 24 foot, you know. It's not good. It's not good.
Okay, we would move Exhibit 19 into evidence.
Under 19 into evidence.
All right, let's turn over to Exhibit 20. Can you identify what Exhibit 20 is?
This is basically the part of the settlement agreement we had with them when we agreed to drop our lawsuit, I guess.
Okay, it does provide for a 36-foot structure, doesn't it?
It does.
Does it provide for a roof?
Yes, we pretty much went over the things in the meetings, but it's a one-story open-air building with a roof on it.
Was there any deck provided?
There's a deck at elevation 24.
I'm gonna overrule your objection because I'm not gonna give you the opportunity to object on our legal counsel by saying not to. So we're gonna let him go ahead with the testimony.
Was, Mr. Mitchell, was this plan ever submitted to the department or the planning department?
No, it wasn't.
In terms, were you at Mr. Carpenter's deposition?
I was.
And do you recall what Mr. Carpenter said about the settlement agreement and why he approved the addendum that we've been talking about?
He specifically said that he talked to the people with Kaiya, SBG, whoever, and that they told him that our settlement agreement said whatever, and that's why he okayed what he did, was because they said that we had already agreed to it. Because Mr. Carpenter, I'd already met with him prior to that, and he agreed with what we were saying about the pool and the pool amenity. And then these conversations he had in his deposition that he had with Kaiya, he didn't get with me. I mean, I couldn't believe that he's talking to them and making his decisions based on what they told him.
Yeah, do you recall that Mr. Carpenter said that he assumed that whatever was in the settlement agreement was consistent with what Kaiya was proposing?
Well, yeah, he basically said that he took whatever they told him to be what the agreement was What, but we asked him, did they show it to you? No, they just told me.
Mr. Gilday,
Yes.
you open this up, and I'd like to ask your clarification to where you're objecting to the 2016 planning board, the objection to the 2017 because of the square footage and the height that was on the PUD, but you allow a settlement agreement that was contrary to that.
Well, let me let the witness answer that. Let me ask Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell, is what's depicted on the settlement agreement that you entered into, is it consistent with what the drawings and other things you had been presented by Kaiya and its representatives in 2016?
Yes, and it's a one-story open-air building with a roof on it. And it's as long as the people are standing at 24, it's not intrusive. I mean, it's intrusive to have them over there at all because I've always said they should be 250 foot away, and their property is only 90 foot wide. But that building right there, whether it's 25 foot or 30 foot, as long as it's one story.
I want to go back and clarify that the structure that was in this settlement agreement is same as it was depicted in the 2016 Planning Commission. Is that your testimony?
I think his testimony is that this building was consistent with what was approved in 2016.
On the settlement agreement.
And the settlement agreement is consistent with what was approved in 2016.
Square footage and height wise.
I don't know square footage. There's no square footage on this particular settlement agreement, nor were we provided any square footage.
But you agreed to it,
But we agreed to it.
not knowing the square footage.
Right.
So it could have been 7,200 and you didn't know it, but you agreed to it.
Well, it probably couldn't be the way this is configured with the roof.
Could be.
Oh, I don't think it could be, but we don't have that information.
It's a one-story building with a roof on it. And it's next to my house, which is a single family.
I understand that, but if you have a settlement agreement, then I think the settlement agreement should reflect the identical square footage that was in the house, that was in the 2016 plan. Now, if you're gonna make us stick to the 2016 plan, and then you present testimony that there's a settlement agreement that could be 7,200 square foot, then I get a little confused there. Do we stick to the 2016 as you're proposing, or do we agree with your settlement agreement?
Well, I think the relevance of this is the only, for one, what was agreed to has never been submitted to the planning department. So no determination has been made as to whether it would be approved or not. The contemplation is that that's what Kaiya would do, or the 2016 order was consistent enough with this settlement agreement. We would not have objected to this. That's why we agreed to it. This was never actually submitted to the planning department. What occurred was when Kaiya brought their new plan to Mr. Carpenter, they told him that it was consistent with what the settlement agreement showed, but they didn't show him the settlement agreement. We're presenting this tonight because they've obviously opened up the confidentiality agreement that we had with regard to this by making representations to Mr. Carpenter that it's not the same as what we agreed to. This structure that they're proposing to build now is nowhere near consistent with what we'd agreed to.
Okay. So you have a confidentiality agreement on the settlement agreement?
Correct.
How would they be able to pull a building permit without getting some of that information on the settlement
They would have to, obviously, and that's what we contemplated they would do.
If you have a confidentiality agreement on a settlement agreement, we can't discuss it. Is that correct?
Well, there's ways that that can be breached. I haven't seen the language. That may be part of why Mr. Roberts was objecting to it. But, yeah, if the confidentiality, that's a private contract between those two entities.
I'm not, Mr. Roberts is not objecting, but I want your opinion.
My opinion is we can't confirm or deny.
Well, it's been presented by Mr. Gilday in this set of documents that there is a settlement agreement and that there's a structure that was approved and that the building that was permitted fits within the envelope of the building that was presented in the settlement.
Well,
Thank you. Let's move
That,
on. I think there's pizza here, so we need to see if we can conclude this. I think I've been smelling it for 30 minutes.
Getting cold.
That's all I have of Mr. Mitchell.
Yeah, I think that,
We enter all your exhibits,
Let me, on,
hit exhibit 20.
that we got to Exhibit 20.
I don't know that did you request?
I have not yet requested it, but I think I am going to request it because representations were made to Mr. Carpenter about it.
That the settlement agreement?
Well, that's an attachment. There's a detailed settlement agreement, which we're not entering into.
I know you're not objecting, but I asked your opinion. I understand, but he's presented it to us, and we're gonna present it in the evidence.
I can't stop you from doing that, and that's within your purview. The objection remains.
But there again, you can't object to it, because our attorney will not allow you to object to it, because Judge Lewis says you can't.
I agree entirely with what you're saying, and we're going to have an opportunity at rebuttal at some point.
You will.
I think we can better extract the truth from.
We got you covered.
Thank you.
I guess, sir, you could go with what was discussed by Ms. Corey Vogt, that it was gonna be less than, that was what I was going by.
Pardon me?
Square footage in the building was gonna end up being less than what was depicted.
I think you can give up your argument on square footage, because you got a settlement agreement without stipulation about the agreement, about the square footage. Picture doesn't mean anything.
That's all I have for Mr. Mitchell. I would like to call Mr. Carpenter briefly.
Yes.
I have cross-exam.
Okay.
Cover cross-exam first. Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Hall
Uh,
has
what-
something to say.
1 second, before we move away from all the exhibits, so I have everything was introduced from 1 to 20, is that correct? Did we skip any?
Yeah, we skipped a couple.
Or, I'm sorry, 3 and 4, that's right. I had 1, 2, then we jumped to 4, or I had number 4 listed as, I just want to make sure before we move on that we've got all the exhibits. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, through 20 is what I had.
Yes.
Does that sound correct to you, Mr. Gilday?
That is correct.
Okay. So in your books, everything has been introduced except at this point, number 3.
So you say we can't take that into consideration?
He may put it in some other part. If not, we'll probably take that out and give it back to him. But for now, we'll just leave it in your book.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Pardon me?
Mr. Mitchell, good evening.
Excuse me, Mr. Hall.
Sir?
Mr. Russian had to go. He'll be right back. I think we need to let him be in on the testimony. Do we want to take a 5-minute break? 3 minutes? Sure. 3 minutes, not 10. I want to get this done here, and then we'll eat some pizza.
All right.
Fair enough? 3 minutes. And I said, she's over there busy. If you need us to stop and clarify something, please let us know. Well, you pretty good, is all I got to say. Has it been 3 minutes?
Whoever engineered this building that makes it.
We need to show you all the back way to the bathroom.
Relying on the 2000.
Couple extras back there.
That house has got more bathrooms than this building does, don't it? Yeah, the little bitty 1,800 square foot, that's under 2,000 or 3,000.
Have y'all seen the leak or anything?
Yeah.
Huh? Figured it out yet?
No, they stopped it because you weren't in here.
They did.
Can't talk about that because they may come back. Jeff is trying to get the job. But you had the card on the way out. No, I don't know.
I'd never been there about it.
I'll know next time you have to
Didn't
tie a
tell.
knot.
Yeah. My mama said, hold it.
He ain't denied it either, has he? All right, Mr. Hall. We got 15 minutes, 9 o'clock. You think we could bring this to a conclusion and vote on it?
I can certainly finish my cross-exam a lot sooner than that.
Okay.
Mr. Mitchell, we already said good evening. I think it's a little difficult this way. We're not really in a conversation much. If you could provide your responses to the board, that'd probably be best. Mr. Mitchell, what do you do for a living?
Contractor.
Is Mitchell Brothers, Inc. your construction company?
Yes, it is.
How many employees do you have there?
50 plus or minus.
And what's your educational background? Do you have a college degree?
Florida State.
And what was your training, your degree in?
Business management.
I'm sorry?
Business management.
Okay. How long have you run Mitchell Brothers?
45 years.
Have you had planning training?
Grew up in the construction business.
Okay, so you're used to permitting, used to reading laws and ordinances that you got to comply with, like the Florida Building Code?
I'm a certified general contractor.
So you have to take a pretty serious test in terms of your knowledge and capability on reading ordinances.
That's right.
Okay.
I assume
I wouldn't want to try to pass it. You've gone through a lot of testimony for the board about the contents of 6 years worth of development orders. Can I ask you a few questions about your knowledge on the Walton County Land Development Code? Would that be all right?
try to answer them the best I can.
Well, it seems to me you've gotten a good practical education over the past 5 years of intensive involvement in this particular project. Is that true?
I've been quite involved. It's been an experience.
Yes. Help me with understanding what you know about the requirements for an application for a conceptual PUD, like the one that was approved initially for Kaiya. Are you familiar with the concept of a conceptual PUD?
I've never filed one myself.
You did testify in relation to the conceptual development order, conceptual PUD development order in this case, right?
Well, I don't know you need to tell me what
It was a straight up question. Did you testify in relation to the conceptual PUD development order in this case? Just now? I mean,
the only thing I can tell you, I told you that I looked at the order. You need to be specific because.
well, it was a pretty specific question. Do you know what a let's try it this way. Do you know where the requirements are for an application for a conceptual PUD development are in the Walton County Code? Have you looked at?
I've spent some time looking at that.
Okay. Have you looked
I
at?
have attorneys that handle this, and I think to answer your questions, I would refer it to my attorney.
Okay. You did testify, although you were well led by your attorney, that you understood that the initial conceptual PUD order for this project specified a particular design for this beach club or building U. Didn't you testify to that?
Again, I would refer that to my attorney. The only thing I can tell you is I know what was said. I read the depositions of the meetings, and I have attorneys that handle that.
You just submitted exhibits to this board that specified that illustrated a certain set of plans for this beach club. Is that correct? And your testimony, if I understand it, let's make sure, is that those designs that you entered into evidence described the beach club that you thought was permitted by the conceptual PUD development order for Kaiya. Is that correct?
The drawings that I saw when I was in the meetings back in 16 are the drawings that I thought were submitted for the application or for the permit or whatever.
Do you know if any specific plans were attached to or incorporated into that conceptual PUD development order back in 2016 for the beach house?
I would have to converse with my attorney on that.
Well, you did a lot of conversing through your attorney, so I'm just trying to figure out what you know because you were the witness here. The question is, do you know if any specific building plans were approved in that development order for the conceptual plan for Kaiya in 2016?
I wouldn't answer something like that without,
All right. You kind of testified to it already, but if I can maybe refresh your memory. Your attorney continually referenced back through his walk through the ages and the pages and asked you if you had seen any subsequent plan for the beach house that reflected those that were approved, and that's the word he used, approved in the conceptual PUD development order. Now, what plans were approved, it's an important point, by that conceptual development order? What do you know?
I think I testified earlier that the first time I'd even seen the plans that they have right now, was here in the last 3 or 4 months.
But you did testify to the board, and I know that they heard you, I watched them, that the plans that you pointed to and submitted as an exhibit from the initial Kaiya conceptual PUD application reflected the one-story building that you knew was approved in that development order. Is that correct?
Well, I'm hoping it did, because that's what I was being told by the boards and the people that I met in front of, just like I'm meeting in front of them now.
Okay. Do you know what a detailed PUD plan is in terms of the Walton County Land Development Code?
Not specifically.
Okay. Do you understand maybe the difference between the level of detail in the first development order that you talked about with the board and the second one for the Strand? Do you know the difference in terms of the requirements for a detailed PUD application?
Like I told you before, I've never applied for one. I've had attorneys apply for.
I'm only asking because you provided testimony to this board. I just want to know if you really know what you represented to them. So at this point, do you know if the Strand development order approved a specific design for the beach house or building U?
Well, I know that what I'm looking at right now is not what was told to be what was getting approved.
I can't speak to who told you what. All I can speak to, and this board has to look at, is what was included in the development orders. You entered 21 exhibits or more out of those development orders. I just want to know if you really knew what you were talking about here before the board, or if you're just parroting what your attorney was leading you through.
I can't answer that. I'm trying to be truthful, and my dealings with Kaiya, I've been doing this for 4 years. They twist stuff around and do things. I mean, I'm telling you right now, I showed up here 3 or 4 weeks ago, and they were digging up my property. These people are, I don't know what to say.
I appreciate it.
I'm not going to say anything in front of this board that I'm not sure that I'm being truthful about.
Okay.
Because that's not the way these people do. I've been in business 40-something years and never run across anybody that would say.
You've been very honest in testimony, at least before this board, in the last appearance that you had in front of this board. You remember the portion of the findings of this board in relation to the commercial nature or not of the beach club or building U? Do you remember what the board found the last time you were here?
The biggest thing I remember, and it stands out to me the last time I met in front of them, gentleman that I told the board, I said, how am I going to be sure that they're not going to do commercial? I mean, they're sitting here telling, we got intelligent people up here.
Yeah.
You're telling me that this is not commercial. It goes in one ear and out the other.
I asked you if you
But
remembered
anyway,
what the board
to
found.
answer your question, I asked, how am I going to leave this meeting and be assured that this is not going to be commercial? And the answer I got back, well, if they don't, if they do, just come back and see us.
All right.
That was the answer I got back. I remember it just like, and it's
You were
absorbed-
honest.
This has absorbed my life and my family for 3 or 4 years, and all I did was buy a house on the beach.
That's a good question. That's a good question. Do you own that house personally, Mr. Mitchell? The one that we're talking about here?
Corporation.
Mitchell Brothers, Inc. is the owner of the property. Okay. Do you use it personally for your family to vacation there? Are you staying there, sleeping there?
The only thing I've paid is taxes on it.
Have you ever stayed there?
Stayed there in a camping out way. When we first got it,
Okay.
we started remodeling.
All right. I just wasn't sure about your experience there. Now, how much did you pay for that property originally? That house?
$1.3 or $4, something.
That's
like that.
consistent with what you told this board the last time. Did you begin the relationship with the developer of Kaiya by telling him that you would go away if they would pay you $9 million for your property?
I offered to sell them the property for $9 million.
Okay. Did you give them a condition if they didn't give you the $9 million? Okay, good. That's fine then.
They just bugging me about buying it, and
All right.
I wasn't interested in selling.
All right. The settlement agreement that no one is talking about is not something that I'm going to bring up. Mr. Carpenter will testify to what, if anything, he understands about it. Have you approved yourself a building design that has a maximum height of 36 feet above grade for this beach house? Have you approved it? Have you agreed to that would be acceptable to you?
Explained that a while ago. I agreed that a single-story house with a roof that didn't exceed 36 foot was acceptable. Nice picture that shows that.
And where's that picture?
That document that we were looking
The one that other people interpreted as being 2 stories with a top on it. Is that correct?
at. I don't know who interpreted it as being 2 stories with a top.
All right.
I
Okay, great.
interpreted it as being 1.
All right. Well, thank you. That's all I got.
Mitchell, just ask you one question. When you entered into the settlement with the Kaiya people, what type of house were you expecting them to build? Was it what had been approved in the 2016 PUD?
Repeat that again now?
So when you entered into the settlement with Kaiya, Kaiya had already gotten approval of the PUD in 2016 with the Beach Club, correct? And is that what you expected them to build?
Yeah, the footprint it was that U-shaped building, and that would have been the footprint of the building.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Gilday?
I'd like to call Mr. Carpenter briefly.
State your name for the record.
Charles McDonald Carpenter.
Mr. Carpenter, was I correct when I stated that you were told by representatives of SBG that what they were proposing to build was consistent with what had been agreed to with Mr. Mitchell?
No, sir, what I believe I told you was I assumed that what was being proposed came out of a settlement of the dispute. I have not had that information provided by the applicant. In fact, that information may have been provided by Mr. Mitchell.
You talked to SBG about it, did you not, and their representatives?
About a settlement? No, sir.
No, about the approval of a development order to allow them to build what we've looked at here tonight that was attached to the addendum.
Have I talked to them at all about that?
Yes.
Certainly talked about it after meeting with your side of the party, objecting to what was proposed in the building permit. We certainly talked to them at that time.
And did they represent to you that, and we're talking about the application, the point of the application was to amend the development order, the county's development order, consistent with the settlement agreement, which we were not allowed to see? And did you say, so we have to make the assumption that what is being applied for is actually consistent with the settlement agreement?
I absolutely made an assumption that your agreement had been settled. I have no knowledge of a settlement agreement document. The changes that were proposed to Kaiya, the Strand, reduced what had been approved by the board and what had been approved previously. The county did not request those changes.
And the county never looked at those changes, did they?
County's never seen a settlement agreement if one exists. What we did look at was the application to reduce the scope of what was proposed on the Strand.
Now, that's the 2017 order, correct?
I believe that would be it.
Were there any architectural elevations provided to the county?
No, sir, there was no requirement to submit architectural elevations at that time. In fact, there was no requirement in 2016. The applicant voluntarily provided representations of the conceptual design that they were proposing.
There were requirements in 2019 that the
Yes, sir,
architectural...
that changed in September of 2019 when we expanded the requirement to provide architecturals from the US 98 Scenic Corridor, where they've been required since that scenic corridor was established. But that was the only location in the county where an application would have to include elevations for the county's consideration.
Okay.
Two.
Hey, do you see down at the bottom there? On page 22?
The highlighted paragraph,
yes.
post-permit changes?
Yes, and this is the Walton County Land Development Code, Chapter 11, 9 of 31, revised March of 2015, correct?
Yes, sir, that appears to be what it
Okay,
is.
so that certainly would have been applicable in 2016 and 17, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and first provision says 11.01.09 post-permit changes. Says after a final development order has been issued, it shall be unlawful to change, modify, alter, or otherwise deviate from the terms and/or conditions of the development order or any permit issued for development without first obtaining approval of a modification of the development order and/or permit. A modification may be applied for in the same manner as the original permit. A written record of the modification and approval thereof shall be entered upon the original development order and/or permit and shall be maintained in the files of Department of Planning. Zoning, you see that? That's the same requirement that's in 2000, in the code in 2019, correct?
I would expect it would be.
Okay. If you turn over to the next page, and this is 11.02.03, submittal requirements for major and minor development plans. And if you turn over to D, information on proposed development activities and design, it says structures. Each application shall include building plans indicating at a minimum, A, location, dimensions, gross floor area, and proposed use of each building. C, floor height, floor area, height, and types of office, and it goes on, uses. And then E, architectural or engineering elevations of all sides of each building other than one or two family dwelling units. So wasn't there a requirement under the 2015 Land Development Code that pursuing proposed development activities and design that you had to submit these architectural elevations?
If it was a building that proposed to be limited by floor area ratio or a certain square footage, we would have been looking at that.
Okay. So wouldn't this have applied both in 2016 and 2017?
I think they provided floor plans. They provided representations of height, and they absolutely provide representations of the proposed use.
Okay. And that was in 2016, wasn't it?
I think they provided that throughout.
Okay. Did they provide architectural elevations in 2017?
I'm not sure that we had new architectural elevations. What we did have was detailed engineering drawings that depicted the compatibility measures that were being proposed to address Mr. Mitchell's concern.
Okay. So is the development order you're relying upon with regard to the addendum, the 2017 order?
We're looking at all of those orders in total.
Okay.
So that 2017, or the addendum that was provided, was a summary of what was previously approved. It provided no new approvals. It was merely a clarification and a summary.
The 2017 development order doesn't mention, address, or in any way identify a modification of the beach amenity building, does it? Pool amenity building.
It doesn't speak to reducing the size other than reducing the overall height, because one of the things that has not been clear in the testimony so far was one of the methods to reduce the overall height, because that has been discussed at length about reducing the height of the beach amenity building and the pool area. They actually reduced the pre-development grade by approximately 3.5 feet to be able to lower the entire beach amenity to address Mr. Mitchell's concerns.
So again, so we're clear, there are no architectural elevations for the 2017 development order, are there?
I don't think we had any new ones.
And for the 2019 development order, there are no architectural elevations provided, are there?
That 2019 order merely depicted reductions and modifications in overall intensity and density.
Okay. Turning back to 11.01.09, post-permit changes. It does say it shall be unlawful to change, modify, alter, or otherwise deviate, does it not?
It does say that, and I don't believe they did that.
They didn't provide any elevation showing what type of structure they were going to create, did they?
Specific elevations were not really approved in the original conceptual. They were used to evaluate the project, but those were conceptual designs, not binding designs.
Those elevations used in the 2016 PUD order were used to gain approval because of Mr. Mitchell's and others' concerns about the compatibility of what was being proposed to their single-family residence, were they not?
That was one of many components.
That's all I have, Mr. Carpenter.
Mr. Hall?
No questions, sir.
understand everything?
Yes. I'm still trying to figure out how we went from a development order that was issued based on a one-story pool amenity building to a now three-story building. Gray area with the settlement, so
That's what I don't understand.
I think the
Let me-
settlement is the
well,
key to this whole.
Well, I've got a question too. And I don't know what the square foot was on the original PUD. I didn't,
19.
okay, so here's my question.
1962.
Okay, 1962. But then in 2017, it went to 1664.
They reduced it by.
From 1664 to 1024. And then on 725, it went back to 1962. And then on 2/21/21, it went down to 1819. So it has moved 4 times,
But what
the
they're
square footage.
proposing is 7,000 something.
Now what they're proposing is 7,000 something. That's what,
Mr.
I'm just
Carpenter,
reading
come
through it.
up
I
to
mean,
the
that's why I'm asking the question.
Here's the explanation. One of the things was not clear, that we clarified with the addendum, was the difference between the pool building, Building U, and the pool area itself. Pool building was originally 1969.
1962.
That was subsequently reduced to 1819. That label appears on the schematic drawing that's included with the 2017 DO. It further described that the pool itself, and I recall this because I was the planner when this was originally approved. I was not the planning director. The pool itself went from 1664 down to 1,020. And the reason, as Mr. Mitchell stated, was an accommodation to reduce the number of people that could be in the pool at one time, to try to limit the number of people on the pool deck. That's why the pool got smaller, so it wouldn't hold as many people at one time. The building got slightly smaller by 143 feet also in that 27 DO.
Down to 1819.
Right. That is the footprint. This is an amenity. An amenity is a feature that provides convenience, comfort, or pleasure. It's an enhancement to the development. It's not something that we measure by floor area ratio. We absolutely measure the foundation, the footprint, because we want to know what impervious surface is involved in that. The measurement of the swimming pool was related to a compatibility measure that was discussed at length
So
during.
you're saying the square footage that you issued there is only a footprint square foot?
Footprint. It's a footprint.
It's not a total square footage?
We looked at footprint and we looked at height. When they came back in 2017, they wanted to reduce the height to the 36 feet. Now, height is measured from pre-development grade. In addition to that, they lowered the pre-development grade by 3.5 feet to reduce the overall height of the pool amenity building. As they have shared testimony from the original approvals, from the architect and other representatives of the development team. We reduced the height of the building by lowering the ground 3.5 feet. That's pretty dang significant.
Was it supposed to be an open structure?
That was not part of the final order. There was much discussed, but it doesn't matter to us whether it's open or not. We don't measure floor area ratio. We're looking at the setbacks, we're looking at the size of the footprint, we're looking at impervious surface, and we're looking at the overall height.
So your 2016 approval of the 1962 could be 3-story.
It was the footprint.
It could be 3-story.
It could be.
It could be 7,200 square feet.
It couldn't have exceeded 50 feet.
that 20,
Wasn't there testimony there, it's supposed to be in a single story, one story?
There is nothing in the final order from the original approval that indicated that.
2016, there was from the planning commission that it's supposed to be a one-story.
Planning Commission was a representing body. They did not make the final decision. The Board of County Commissioners made the final decision. This development moved from the initial depiction of it, it changed significantly, especially on the Strand side. There was much negotiation between the developer and Mr. Mitchell and a couple of other neighbors in that particular development in Sand Cliffs about the impact on Sand Cliffs. They did some tremendous compatibility measures and wound up moving all of the buildings 34 feet from the property line.
Okay, just clarification, okay? So if I'm looking at the PUD and it says a summary here, 54 single-family residential units, 73 multifamily condominiums. It goes down the list, and it says 66,000 square feet of neighborhood commercial, includes 7,000 square feet of back of house, 35,000 square feet of office, and then it gets down to 1926 square feet of beachfront pool amenity building.
But before you get there, is there not a period after that series of uses that's contained in the total square footage for non-residential use? I mean, isn't there a comma?
No, but my question is.
Yes, sir, there is. There is.
I don't follow your point, but my point is, I'm reading all these numbers, and I would take them as total square foot, not just a footprint. Okay?
The amenity is not included in that non-residential square footage that's calculated there.
No, but I'm reading all of these numbers. How would I know if I read these numbers that 1926 is a footprint number and not a total square foot number? When all these other numbers are total square feet.
That's the amenity building. It's the footprint, and that's what we're looking at.
Well, it's your testimony, the other says square footage, and that square footage is square
What's the
footage. But when you
footprint?
get to amenity, you say it's a footprint, don't really mean the square footage, it's the footprint.
That's what we looked at, footprint.
All those numbers are footprints?
Each amenity building's a footprint.
Huh?
The other buildings had to comply with floor area ratio. This one did not. The amenity building does not. There's no limit on floor
Where's
area
in the
ratio.
code where it says you can have a footprint when you speak of amenity building?
When we look at the amenity building, we don't apply floor area ratio. We're not applying a parking standard, which would be related to floor area ratio. We're looking at the impervious surface of that area,
So
of
there's
that
nothing in
amenity.
the code that says amenity building can be X square foot is a footprint, not square foot.
There's no limit on the size of the amenity building in the code.
The same thing as on the, the same thing is true on the, like, if they gonna sell stuff to the
Yeah, if
residents.
this was a commercial building, then absolutely, we would look at floor area ratio and we'd count the square footage of all the floors. But this is not a commercial building. This is your clubhouse at your apartment complex, you know, your pool house at your subdivision. That's what this is. It's not a separate business.
Thank you, Mr.
That's what we
Carpenter.
approve.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, thank you. Mr. Gilday?
I just want to move into the record exhibit number 21, which
Surrender 21.
it's the 2019 code provisions. Specifically, what's required for development approvals. Item B, item C, F is architectural elevations required of all sides of each building other than 1 and 2 family units unless otherwise required by the code. And then also 1.13.06, which is after a final development order has been issued, it shall be unlawful to change, modify, alter, or otherwise deviate, and I won't read you the rest of it. It's the same as I cited earlier. Then I want to move into the record Exhibit 22, which are the 2015 Land Development Code provisions.
So enter 21 in the evidence, and so enter 22 in the evidence.
2022 has the same post-permit changes, and the section says 11.02.03, submittal requirements for major and minor development plans. D, it's information on proposed development activities and design. I'm not going to read all of them to you, but it clearly says structures, gross floor area, and then floor area, uses, and then the bottom, architectural engineering elevations on 1 and 2 family.
Haven't you read that before tonight?
Yes, I did.
Okay, let's move along, quit doing this repetition stuff, because it's getting 9:30.
Right.
Are you going to do lots more testimony?
No, I'm not.
Are you done with your testimony?
We are done with our testimony.
Not trying to take and hurry you up, but do you have anything else to add right now? We'll give you the opportunity to say something later, but are you done?
We're done at this
Mr.
point.
Hall, do you have a lot of testimony?
I do not, Mr. Chairman. In fact, Mac's already given most of it.
Are you done?
Well, I'd like to go ahead and just put it in a little bit of order.
We're going to take and let them do their summation, and then we'll take and make our determination, and we'll take a break. How about that?
Sounds great.
That's good?
We do still have the applicant.
Oh, we don't. It's after 9 o'clock. I'm joking. Before we get to Mr. Hall, let's do the applicant. But Mr. Roberts, now how many of you attorneys are going to come up here? Only one's allowed.
Well, there's a number of exhibits that we'd like to show you that we can be brief with, but I'm going to be calling Rick Borst, and Danny Rosenheim will be calling Scott Jenkins if the...
Are they going to be able to do testimony? I didn't think they could call their witnesses.
Yeah, they can have those individuals come up and testify before you, just like anybody else from the public could.
You're going to be short and sweet.
Chairman, I have a responsibility to my client to get the information into the
What
record.
I'm trying to determine, these people want to eat. Do you want us to eat before you
Yes.
continue, or are you going to be an hour or so?
I'd rather you eat now.
Okay, let's take a break and eat. Huh? How about 15 minutes? Everybody do this 15 minutes, 20 minutes?
Indigestion.
Yeah.
Then we leave? No, don't leave. Mr. Borch is going to present, he would be providing a public statement.
Yeah, just like anybody else that
Right,
might
so
come
the
in.
attorney would not be up, John Roberts would not be up there with them.
Yeah, I mean, and if this
Mike
board,
Roberts is up there with him. He's going
But
to
he
be the one
shouldn't be
asking
up there with
questions.
them.
well, and to that point, if, to expedite things, but considering Mr. Gilday's objection, then it may just be better for the witness to testify to what he knows about the case and questions be asked from Mr. Hall or Mr. Gilday of the witness. And this board also can ask questions for clarification.
But to clarify what Mr. Gilday has said, is he party to this?
No, he is not a party to the appeal.
The appeal is Mr. Gilday appealing the decision of the planning director.
Correct.
Then why are we listening from his testimony?
Well, one thing is he's a public, so he can be at the meeting just like anyone else and provide whatever testimony they feel might be relevant to this board. The second thing is they are the beneficiaries of not only the development order, so they're the ones that would be affected.
He is a party.
No, he's not a party under Judge Lewis's previous ruling. Just because you were the applicant for a permit that might have been granted doesn't make you a party to an appeal if somebody's trying to contest that permit.
Correctly, though, and just like we allow the public to come up one person at a time to provide testimony or
Right.
Yeah, and I think that's fine, and I spoke to that to Mr. Roberts, and, for expediency's sake, it might be easier for him to just ask certain questions and get that information out and be done, but.
I think,
But if Mr.
I think we need to if he has something to say, we let him speak.
Yes, sir.
We're not gonna allow the attorney to ask him questions.
Okay, and then.
So go back to the objection, we'll sustain the objection. If you got something to say, you can say it, or he can say what he has to say in reference to that. But we're not gonna allow you cross-examining or ask him questions.
Let me understand what I think I heard. You're going to allow Mr. Borst to testify, and you would allow me to testify.
Right.
You would not allow me to ask Mr.
That's
Borst.
right.
So you would allow then Scott Jenkins to testify as the
That's right. That's right.
and then
That's right.
So in light of that, what I'm going to do with respect to the board, allow Mr. Borst to go first for me to follow up. Our portion of the public.
It's not gonna be the same issues or the same testimony, is it?
I don't think so, but I do have to say this with respect to the decision of the board. We authored extensive memos that we record along with the exhibits that come alongside. Passed out to the members of the board on both appeals. Those have to go in the record. Mr. Borst testified.
Well, now just hang on a minute. That information should come through Mr. Hall, I think. I think that if it's in regards to you are the owner, or you represent the owner, right? He represents the county. And I think if it's an issue that is regards to this issue, it's got to come through the county. Because if we allow you to enter into evidence, then we allow what Judge Lewis says we can't do, in my interpretation.
I think further, what that case was about, having read it multiple times now, is the thought that the county had abdicated its role. In this case, we are a member of the public. We are.
So you're going to enter the evidence as a member of the public and not a council member, not a counsel to the plaintiff, to the owner.
I have to enter it as a member of the public, but it has to come in for you to be able to reference it and use the information.
We can enter it.
And that would be similar to when, as you recall earlier tonight, you had the one emailed letter. We accepted that as public's exhibit, whatever, and that was introduced and accepted by this board. So I don't necessarily have any problems. I don't think that runs afoul of Judge Lewis's order. This board's allowed to take additional evidence beyond what's presented by just the county or the appellant. So.
Okay.
I'd just like to make sure I include within my motion to, object to it, that as the applicant did not seek to intervene in this proceeding. Had he sought to intervene, we probably would have been in front of Judge Lewis as to what status they would have. So we would object to any filing legal memorandum. They're not a party, and I think that's what is being referred to rather than evidence.
Well, I won't overrule that objection.
Okay. I won't belabor it.
With respect to the issue of moving the evidence, I would prefer to go ahead and have it in now.
Sure.
In doing so, there are two memos that have been authored. The first is styled as the response in opposition to notice of appeal of the Kaiya Master Plan Amendment development order.
Oh, hey, make sure you use that, yeah, just as best you can.
Sure.
You have copies?
We do, and those were also submitted to your office as well, so they should have been passed out to you before now, but I'll be glad to pass around copies. if you
Hang
need.
on a minute, let's make sure we're on the same page. They in this package?
Yeah, I don't know that they're in this packet.
Deal. That's it.
You.
Mr. Roberts,
Yes, sir.
I'm
this
just saying,
in the
don't-
package, or is this new, is this something different?
That is the second appeal document that we've authored. The first refers to the addendum, the second refers to the building permit. The smaller of the two is the one that was.
Got those responses.
Pardon me?
Second of the two, the thinner, is related.
John, hey, make sure you get, there you go.
Sorry. The larger of the two binders is the addendum memo.
Not
along
dealing with the permit right now, though.
You're right. I'm just passing them out so you'll have them for future use.
Oh,
So this one that Mr. Roberts' group passed out should be for the next,
we're not gonna,
so we don't want to introduce that yet.
No,
Well,
we're
but I
not
mean, we can
introducing
keep them, you can keep them on the dais for now.
However you'd like to do it.
let's go back to your first one.
Okay.
That's
Did
the,
you say that it's in the information that we have provided to us?
It's been provided to you through Ms. Brown, I believe.
Is that in our package?
You were going to give Karen.
you emailed the one that is the permit 21-1214. No, that is Mr. Gilday's. This is the one that they just handed, that he's introducing for this matter. So I'll give you,
What he first spoke of is it's already in our package, to my understanding, and that's what I want to be clear on, because the one that he just handed us, this is another one, right?
This refers to the addendum. It's the first item on the agenda tonight. This is the one that we intended to do now. Second of the two is a response in opposition to the building permit appeal, and it was passed.
Is this what you entered into evidence?
Yes.
this is the one he wants to introduce into evidence for this matter.
Okay.
And also the associated exhibits that are listed as Exhibit A all the way down to Exhibit
Okay.
J.
They're in this book.
So this will be introduced if the board accepts it as composite, or Public's Composite Exhibit 1.
So enter.
With that, Chairman, I'm going to remove myself and allow Mr. Boris to testify.
Go ahead, sir. You ready?
I'm ready, sir.
Go ahead.
Good evening. I am Rick Borst. I am the Director of Operations for both Romare Construction and Kaiya Beach Resort. My few moments today is just going to give you just a brief history of the Kaiya conceptual PUD from where we started in 2016 to where we are as of current. But I did want to begin by prefacing that it was insinuated earlier that the Kaiya group or the SPG group spoke with the county about a potential settlement agreement. I just want to put on the record that that was never done. No one from our group spoke with any detail to anyone at the county of a potential settlement agreement. The relationship with Mr. Mitchell goes back actually before our first hearing before the Planning Commission in 2016. I'm going to read a brief excerpt from actually the last zoning board adjustment hearing that we were in back in November of 2017. At that time, our attorney, David Theriak, was questioning Mr. Mitchell, and I would like to read from page 62 of those transcripts. Mr. Theriak questioned Mr. Mitchell
by asking this question. Isn't it true that before the first quasi-judicial hearing on the Kaiya project in 2016, that you informed Mr. Romer, who is a principal in SPG, that you would go away if he bought your property for $9 million? Response from Mr. Mitchell: I did. That was our first interface with Mr. Mitchell. As we continue to go through the process, we were before the county in March of 2016 at the Planning Commission to hear the Kaiya conceptual PUD. I'm only going to focus on the south parcel today. With that south parcel, Mr. Mitchell attended with attorneys and with experts in planning, and they brought before the Planning Commission concerns that they had about the Kaiya conceptual PUD. They were heard. And when that was finished, the Planning Commission unanimously voted to move the Kaiya conceptual PUD forward. And with this approval, they allowed the south parcel to have 16 residential units. They allowed below-grade parking. They allowed a beach house, a swimming pool. They allowed the standard Walton County 10-foot side setbacks, and they allowed the Walton County standard 50-foot height and 4 stories of development. That was for the entire project. We then move on to the BCC hearing in May of 2016. And again, Mr. Mitchell was present with his same team. They again presented their concerns of Kaiya to that board. After it was presented and we were heard, the BCC voted unanimously to approve the Kaiya conceptual PUD with these entitlements for the south parcel: 16 residential units, below-grade parking, a beach house, a swimming pool, no commercial activity on the south parcel, standard 10-foot side setback, and the allowable 50-foot 4 stories. Those were our entitlements that were allowed by the BCC for the south parcel. From the 2016 timeframe to 2017, as you're aware, we are also under a civil suit with Mr. Mitchell, actually Mitchell Brothers. So what we did voluntarily, our developer, Jason Romer, he had us painstakingly go through the transcripts of the Planning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners. And we identified every concern that Mr. Mitchell had, every one. Identified those, and we redesigned that south parcel, which is now known as the Strand. We presented in July of 2017 the Strand to the TRC hearing. What we presented at that time was a reduction of 25% of our density. We reduced it from 16 units to 12. I may add, to show you the value, or for that matter, the impact of Kaiya, we just recently went under contract to one of those villas for $6 million. We reduced the density by 4. You can do that mental math. It's a significant impact that we allowed voluntarily on that south parcel. Additionally, we made a decision because Mr. Mitchell had concern about things being too high. We reduced those heights from 4 stories to 3. We reduced the height from 50 feet to 43 feet 6 inches. Also, Mr. Mitchell's concern, and you heard him say today, that we were 5 feet from his property. We never were. But what we did was, instead of using the 10-foot side setback that we were allowed, we increased that to a 34-foot side setback. We moved our entire project all the way to the opposite side of that parcel, to the east side, giving a 34-foot side setback. The beach house footprint. That was also reduced. As we spoke earlier, or heard earlier, it was 1962 square feet. We reduced that footprint to 1,819 square feet. Also a concern of Mr. Mitchell. The pool amenity was too large. We have to understand that the beach house is an amenity for all of the Kaiya residents, not just for the 12 units that we have on the Strand. So the impact of reducing the size of the pool not only impacts every one of our residents, quite frankly, it impacts the value of our real estate because we now have a much, much smaller pool amenity that was voluntarily done. We reduced that pool amenity by nearly 40%, from 1,664 to 1,020. That's a significant reduction. We also, as a concern that Mr. Mitchell had, was he was concerned about the amount of traffic and parking. We eliminated all parking on the south parcel. So imagine this, every one of our residents now, whether they live on the north side or the south, has to walk or ride a bike to gain access to our beach house or gain access to our private access to the Gulf. There are no longer any cars allowed and parking. That's a major impact to our residents, but one, again, that we accepted. Mac brought up something that was very important when we talk about building heights. Not only do we reduce the overall height, but we actually reduced the entire site by over 3 feet. Our initial average pre-development grade was at approximately 28 feet. Our finished elevation now is 25. So we reduced that entire site. The cost and impact to us, you can only imagine. But it was done voluntarily. It was done as a concern for Mr. Mitchell about heights. So we not only did we reduce the height as far as the stories, we reduced the entire site by several feet, allowing less impact. And while we did all those things, that still was not good enough for Mr. Mitchell. In fact, he challenged and appealed the Strand development order that we received. And we were before this zoning board in 2017 to hear literally the exact same things that we're hearing today. And if we look at the final resolution at that time from the zoning board, it states specifically that after hearing the testimony and reviewing the evidence, the board determined that there was not competent, substantial evidence to overturn the planning department's decision to issue a final order for the Kaiya PUD Strand, the entitlement stand. It also states that the petitioner failed to prove by a preponderance of competent substantial evidence that there is currently planned a commercial amenity on the Strand property, which would violate the Kaiya PUD development order. Let me be very specific. There is no commercial activity on the Strand or on the beach house. All of our commercial activity, whether it's restaurants, whether it's a hotel, whether it's a spa, whether it's fitness, all of that resides north of 30A on our north parcel. Again, there is no commercial south parcel. We then move on to the master plan revision of 2019, which was discussed earlier today. And interestingly, when we went before, or prior to before going to the BCC, Mr. Mitchell's daughter sent an email to the county to make certain that with this master plan amendment, that nothing on the South Strand had changed and there were no revisions to the Strand as part of this master plan amendment. I was contacted by the county. I replied to that email, and the county concurred that there were no changes when we went before the BCC in 2019 for that master plan revisions. All of the revisions for the master plan was strictly for the north parcel. That takes us then 2021, March of 21. That is when we came back to the county and we applied for our building permit for the beach house. And with that building permit, again, it was questioned. Mr. Mitchell and his team went to the county. They had questions about our submittal. They challenged some of that. The following week, we met with the county, and that is when, as Mac had referenced, additional exhibits were brought in, only for information purposes, not that there were any changes, for information only, that supported the request for the building permit that we have requested. With that building permit, we only built, or are only looking to build, a 2-story structure, not a 3. The height of that structure is 36 feet. It's not 43 feet 6 inches. We in fact follow the 34-foot side setbacks. We in fact follow the swimming pool size of under 1,020 square feet. And we in fact follow that all of the subsurface or guest parking has been removed. The submittal of that request for the building permit not only meets, it actually is more conservative than the entitlements allowed us.
We need to keep the building permit separated from this hearing. We're gonna listen to your building permit, but we're gonna do it on the second case. We got another case to hear tonight.
I understand, sir.
So let's keep the building permit to that case, and let's keep this to the
Very good, sir.
appeal.
Very good, sir. And again, going through a timeline, I'm just about finished with that. And it was because of that submittal, of course, that we are here again today, talking about the Strand. Now, what's important with this time I just stepped through, those were 6 different bites of the apple that Mr. Mitchell has protested against us for that south parcel on the Strand. As a developer, we are only asking, at a great cost to us, by the way, with the reductions that we made, to be allowed to build to the entitlements that are afforded us in the Strand Development Order. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
Question for you. Talk about the 2017 order. Did you to the county architectural elevation reflect what's currently being built?
We did not.
These didn't even exist in 2017, did they?
Conceptually.
Did you submit architectural elevations to the county in 2019? Sought the amendment to the master plan.
We did not, because there are no changes to the south parcel.
What additional materials did you bring with the county in 2021? You said March of 2021.
You're correct, it probably was February.
What did you bring?
Nothing. We just brought our staff.
Represent to Mr. Carpenter that what you were proposing here, building permit you're talking about, did you represent Mr. Carpenter that it was consistent with what had previously?
I will reiterate what I said earlier. We have not had any discussions about any agreements with anyone at the county.
Mr. Hall? Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Roberts, are you next?
Mr. Chair, Danny Rosenheim's going to present.
Good evening. Daniel Rosenheim on behalf of SBG PR LLC. I'm here to introduce Scott Jenkins, who's been the engineer of record on the project. I think he could shed a whole lot of light on the floor to area ratio and the limitations that an amenity building has, or the lack thereof, that the other portions of the development are more constrained to. I think we had a lot of questions about square footage and the total square footage of a building versus a footprint. And I think Scott can help kind of shed light on some of that information. I think it'd be very helpful for them.
Thank you. Mr. Jenkins, you got 3 minutes.
I'll only use 2 probably, so I'm always short and sweet. I'm Scott Jenkins with Jenkins Engineering. I am the engineer of record for the Kaiya project, have been from the very beginning, and I can just kind of speak to the intent of some of the things we did. I think when we initially submitted the Kaiya PUD and the initial submittal that was approved in 2016, we listed Building U was actually a much bigger structure. It included the beach house, amenity building, it included underground parking, and it included 4 condominiums that were all connected with the same structure. As we went through the process and made an amendment during the Strand process, we submitted a development order application, and it was reduced immensely, as Mr. Borst testified to. When we listed, and I guess I can speak to the intent of this since we're the ones that prepared the drawing and are the engineer of record, but when we showed the amenity building, we listed the square footage of the footprint of the building. We didn't necessarily list anything associated with any floors or additional square footage above that footprint because we didn't have to do parking calculations for it, and we didn't have to meet a floor area ratio calculation. We're really interested in the massing and the size and the dimensions of where the footprint went so we could show it met setbacks. That was really the intent. We were not trying to show anything associated with the overall scale of the building itself other than just the footprint there. What has happened since then, obviously, is the Strand development order was issued. We went back to the county, did an amendment, as Mr. Boyce testified to. Nothing on the south side was changed in that amendment. And since that time, they've progressed with the building. That's really all I wanted to say was just basically regarding the intent of what was shown on that site plan to begin with and where it ended up. And I'll be happy to answer any questions you guys may have.
In all development orders, if it's amenity building, you don't have to list the square footage, just a footprint.
Well, if it's an amenity area, a lot of times we don't even show the footprint. At times, if there's a subdivision, we may just call out a common area that's an amenity area. We don't always show a footprint at all, particularly or something that doesn't have an intensity that's measured by floor area or have a parking requirement. That's really why we would call out those square footages.
Mr. Gilday, you have any questions for this witness?
I don't think I do.
Mr. Howell? Thank you. Mr. Roberts?
Briefly, we've gone through a number of different parties, and we've gone through a number of different stories. I think one of the first things that I would like to tell you is that my client has bent over backwards to try to make Mr. Mitchell happy. And I think if you take a look at this particular board, you can see that all these things happen. There's no question. There's been no dispute that these things produce great cost to my client, up to and including digging down 3.5 feet to lower the profile of this building. That was all done at my client's cost. Not only did it have hard costs for them having to take affirmative action, there was also a negative cost to them because now they don't have the particular units to sell. They don't have the parking amenity that they would normally have. They've taken a pool, they've reduced it. They've done everything they can to try to make him happy. He's still not happy. Do you know why he's still not happy? Because he didn't get what he wanted the first time. When he walked in Jason Romere's office and said, if you don't give me $9 million, I'm going to do exactly what is happening right now. That's what's happening. It's personal. It has nothing to do with the facts. It has everything to do with who's going to win. The question that I think Mr. Borst would have answered for you if someone had asked is there a house on that particular piece of property right now that he could live in? No one's asked that question. I don't know the answer. The only thing you heard was he's never lived in it. He's never lived in it. The only thing he could testify to is the fact that he camped at a house. He camped at a $1.25 million house. That's what he testified to. And he wanted to sell it for $9 million. And he has gone out of his way with you, with the BCC, and with everyone that he could find that might have some leverage to try to hold this project up. This is not the last gasp. This is the beginning of a new set. You're hearing everything at one. He told you already. He's gotten just about everything he could possibly ask for. To their detriment, to his benefit, and he's still not happy, right? That's what he's telling you. Pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered. That's where we are right now. And one of the things that I want to show you, this is how it came to be. It's a linear explanation of exactly how we got from where we were to where we are. Each time there's a new box, what you'll see is the county goes, you did a good job, you amassed all the requirements, and then they came back and went, we're going to give it to you. And before giving him more, they got less. And so they went back to the county, and the county said, I mean, you want to reduce it, yes, and then we'll codify it. We'll give you the development order. Are you sure you want to do it? We're going to try to make him happy, right? He's told you it's 5 feet from his property line. It's 34 feet. You can read the plans. I know every single one of you can. He's told you that people can look over into his yard to a house that doesn't exist. Not currently. What they didn't tell you, too, was they created big, deep walls that block the east and west views. You can't look over into his property. It's not possible. When they built the beach walkover, everybody's walked on the beach before. You understand that there's decking that goes down to the beach. They created almost a tunnel to keep people from looking into his yard. What more do they have to do before he accepts that he doesn't get to tell them how to develop? Because the county came through and said, wow, you're doing everything we asked you to, and you're doing more. And they got punished for it, because now we're back here with him telling you, well, 2016 said this, and 2017 says that. So which one are you supposed to go by? You heard from the director of planning, who was the planner on the project at the time, that he reviewed it, that he looked through it, found no problems. He's even told you that they were technically correct based on his interpretation, and the staff report indicates that he's technically correct. The county has adopted the position of the applicant the whole way through. This is an end run around the county's dispensation process. They've given him everything he could ever want, and he still wants more. And that's where we are tonight. The reason that he's asking you to undertake this appeal is because he wants leverage to force them to pay him money for his property. That's what it is. I mean, it's got a really nice legal name that I'm not going to use, but everybody who sits on this dais knows exactly what it is. When you have leverage and you apply it, it has a name, and it's wrong. Now, what you've heard from the experts is this passed muster. Then they reduced it. It passed muster again, then they reduced it again.
Mr. Roberts, we need to move along. I mean, I'm not want to cut you off, but I think we've heard this. We've heard it.
I'm trying to make that I think is most important for this particular chair and for this particular group is that there is no more they can do. There is no more. This is going to be built absent some sort of an overturning by this board. This is already being constructed. They've done everything they could possibly do. Everything. And for them to come into this board and represent that the developer somehow has abused him by reducing everything to try to meet his needs or requirements is both false and, frankly, pretty offensive in the face of all the things that they've tried to do for him to help. So while wrapping up, I think one of the most important things for you to understand is the exhibits are replete. They're all over the place, and they tell you the exact same story. We did what we said we were going to do, then we did it again, then we did it again. Now we're back here. This is either the fifth or the sixth time. It can't continue to go on. This board has to deny this appeal. This project needs to be built. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
I
We
have a
appreciate it.
question to Mr. Roberts.
If you got a question,
It'll be brief.
please.
presentation in 2014, were you done?
I was.
And you sat through the presentation by the architects of what was going to be done.
I don't remember that, but it's entirely likely.
Do you recall the testimony that I published from the transcript?
No, I don't. But I do reflect that I was on the planning commission at that time.
You recall that this is what the experts for Kaiya were proposing?
I don't, but quite candidly, I've slept quite a bit since then. But it probably was if you say it was. I have no reason to tell you that it's not if you'll represent that it was.
I think that's what the record
Perfect. I have no reason to tell you that it's
You would
not.
agree that it's substantially different than what is being proposed now?
I have no opinion one way or the other.
Anyone else?
Having us work as a body, Mr. Romero would like the opportunity.
Yeah.
We're gonna let Mr. Romero speak, then we're gonna let you speak.
We've got one other speaker.
I need to get sworn in or anything?
If you haven't been sworn in, yes, sir, you need to be sworn in. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, thanks, sir.
Oh, man, hadn't been here in quite a few years. I'll be real quick. So, everything that was said tonight, a lot of facts. I think, this piece right here, we hired Mauricio Castro, who worked DPZ for a while to do it outside, and, we got it unanimously approved. The cabanas that were on the Eddie Mitchell side here, the Mitchell Brothers side, at the 10-foot buffer, was a problem for Eddie, and the parking underneath was a problem for Eddie. He filed a lawsuit with facts that he didn't like. I took the lawsuit, gave it to my experts, and said, find everything in the lawsuit, and let's design this out. One of the things in his lawsuit was the view. He wanted his view, so I lowered my property so that he could.
This is repeat testimony.
Okay, well, I'll finish up.
Now, we've been here for about 3 hours listening to this.
Yeah.
And I know you're gonna tell me due process, but we done heard it.
Can I get
Let's
about
get
2
to
minutes?
the point.
Can I get 2 minutes?
If you get 2 minutes, something new.
So what happened was, he filed a lawsuit. I gave it to my architects and my designers, and we designed this out. We went back to the county, and we agreed, everyone agreed. The county agreed from going to 50 feet to 43 feet. From going a 10-foot setback to a 34-foot setback. All of these things are in the settlement agreement. We agreed. I've got the order that says 43 feet and 34-foot setback. I designed a structure that met all that. I'm under construction. The county approved it. It says it in the development order. He agreed to it in the settlement agreement. He agreed to a second floor in the settlement agreement if we're going to put that out. He agreed to a second floor in the settlement agreement. No one said that. They pick the facts that they want, and they come back in front of these boards to try to find something. All I've done is try to follow the rules, and I believe we definitely follow the rules. I'm not going to go through it again, but we're following the rules according to what the development order says.
Hang on a minute. Anyone has any questions? I think you done and asked everything you
I
can
don't
ask.
have any
Mr. Hall,
questions.
do you have any questions?
I do not have any questions, Mr. Romero. I do have one more question.
Well, just hang on a minute. I told this gentleman here he'll be next, so let me speak to him. We're gonna give you the chance to talk to Mr. Mack, do your conclusion to summation. He's gonna get a summation, and we fixing to close it.
You raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
My name is Riley Palmer with Palmer Construction Management. I have been working on this project for over 6 years. I came to Walton County 6 years ago to build. I met with Eddie on the first site. We were initially going to build a house there. I have worked with 2 different architects. We have a complete set of plans for a new house. It's been permitted. We had to go back and get a variance and get the permit changed because of setback regulations. And what I found in all the cases I've been in Walton County is when you do make a change to a development order, and I've done that here in Walton County, you're required to go back and resubmit and go back to the same approval process that you have. Eddie has been content about doing this house since day one, 6 years ago. We now have plans. We're now under construction. And the hesitancy over the 6-year period has primarily been because of the development there at Kaiya and how it affects this particular piece of property. Thank you.
That was pretty quick. Mr. Hall? Give Mr. Carpenter and ask him your question.
Mr. Chairman, the reason I'm bringing Mac on is that this appeal is about the addendum. If you've read through the questions, they're saying this is an illegal development order. We've actually spent all the time setting the base for the challenge of the building permit, if you think about it.
Well, let's get this one over.
The addendum.
Let's
No,
get it
let's
over.
focus on that for just a minute,
Get it
because that's
over
the
with.
appeal. Mr. Carpenter, we're back on, and I want you to explain to the board exactly what is an addendum, the way the planning department utilizes that phrase.
The addendum is merely a clarification and a summary of something that's been previously approved in other approval documents. It is not a new approval. It does not amend anything. It is merely a clarification, and in this case, a summary of previous approvals on this large project.
Thank you.
Now, in relation to this addendum, and it's been added as an exhibit already, this is the addendum to MAJ 1913. Why did we do this particular addendum as the planning department? Explain the background to it and why we did it.
Quickly.
Once the building permit review was submitted on this particular development, Mr. Mitchell and his associates objected and claimed that that was not a building that was approved in the development order process. I told staff, take every approval that we've had on this particular development, go back through here and summarize that and demonstrate exactly what was approved in a very concise format. Not creating any new approvals, not asking for any new approvals, and not granting any new approvals. It was simply a recap of what had been approved and what the summary of those things was in a very concise format that would allow anyone reviewing a building permit to quickly see what had been approved at this particular development.
Thank you. We're going to take and do the summation. At this time, we're through with testimony. And we're going to let you want to go first?
Mr. Mitchell would like to say something, and I want to offer one other rebuttal exhibit.
Please tell me what Mr. Mitchell can say that we have not already gathered from already. We've been here for three and a half hours. And we got another 2 hours to go. You got something to say? Please say
I
it quick.
listened to y'all listen to all this without bothering them. I tried to say something a while ago and I couldn't really, but the only thing I want to say is I'm sitting here listening to somebody say something that I never said. And for a man to say, I went into his office and said, give me $9 million and I'll go away. Let me make sure y'all understand. Jason Romare bugged me from soon after he.
I'm not
about
getting
buying that
into
farm.
personalities here. If you got something to say in regards to the
Okay,
appeal,
sir.
then say it. But if you got something to say about personalities, we done
I'm
heard
saying
your
that I
side
never
of it.
said
You
what he
wait a
said.
minute. We done heard your side of it. We heard their side of it. Now, we're not getting into this. If you got something to say that has to do with this appeal, then we will hear it. If you don't, Mr. Hall, do your summation.
Mr. Chairman, it's simple. This addendum that's being challenged as an illegal development order is not a development order as alleged. You've heard testimony from the planning director who issued it. You've looked at the exhibits attached to it. It was designed strictly as a clarification, not a development order that approved or disapproved any specific element in relation to this strand and this beach house. You've also heard clearly, in conjunction with the decision that this board made before, that this is not, as alleged, going to be a commercial use requiring any of the kind of site-specific square footage determinations, floor to area ratio determinations, parking determinations that would be required if it was a commercial entity. This is an amenity treated differently from other standard building approvals. And that's part of the reason that the staff tried so hard just to clarify stuff so that these kind of questions wouldn't come up again.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Mr. Gilday?
I told you when I started, it's a pretty simple case. We've heard a lot of irrelevant.
Mr. Gilday, if you don't mind, either that or come
Yeah.
up to the podium. We're just trying to record everything.
Podium. The fact of the matter is, there's not a development order which authorized.
Mr. Gilday, we've seen those things all night. Get to the point, please, sir.
Point is, this was approved in 2016. 2017 development order, by their own testimony, did not affect the south parcel in terms of changing anything. So it couldn't have been the development order. This couldn't have been 2017. The development order in 2019 adopted the master plan, and it did not affect the south side of the parcel. So what we have here is we have a situation in which the land code requires that after a final development order has been issued, it shall be unlawful to change, modify, alter, or otherwise.
Heard that 3 times tonight.
Okay? That controls what we've got here. The other provision of the code that applies is under development approvals 113.00. The rules require, the code requires that you have architectural elevations of all sides of the building other than 1 and the 2 family dwelling units. It's clear that the only time these architectural elevations were presented was in February of 2021. And so the development order and the building permit that's been issued, well, based upon their own argument, there is no development order to support the building plans and the building permit that's been issued to allow this structure. And it really comes down, it's as simple as that. It's a legal issue. And I think that I presented the history of this and what was approved and what was not approved. And in my view, the county's in a position where if you grant our appeal, you have to send it back through the development process with the architectural elevations and go through the process. That's what should have happened. And if they wanted this in 2017, it's what they should have submitted. 2019, they should have submitted it. And so I think that's what our legal position is.
Thank you. Motion to close the public discussion.
Motion to close?
Second.
Second.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
We have an appeal of the planning department's decision.
This is the appeal to the Master Plan Amendment,
This is an appeal to the master plan amendment.
or addendum, I'm sorry. Yes.
Where is that at, Hayward?
It's number 9. Appeal of addendum to the Kaiya Master Plan Amendment. Oh, okay.
This is an appeal to the amendment of the Kaiya Master Plan Addendum. I need a motion. I need a motion to deny the appeal or to uphold the appeal. Come on.
I make
We've
a
been
mo-
here 2.5 hours.
I make a motion to deny the appeal.
Have a motion and a second. discussion.
I believe that there's sufficient testimony that amenity structures are not subject to the floor area ratio, parking considerations. I don't believe it's a commercial use. It is going to be specific to, it sounds like it's going to be specific to the owners within the development for their use and entertainment. I don't see any outside public potential use for it. I think it falls within the guidelines of what was approved in the addendum.
The elevation.
Still falls within the guidelines of the county requirements, even less than 50 feet.
It's an amenity building, you don't have to have the elevation submitted through the process?
I am familiar to some degree, even with our own practice, that no, as Mr. Jenkins pointed out, many times you don't submit even renderings at all for a pool area or clubhouse. They're not required.
Charlie, you have anything?
What about the square footage differences?
We'll get to you. Do you have anything?
I don't know. I agree mostly with what Mr. Burgess said. I do think that the original renderings were significantly smaller and certainly looked more like a one-story building. And then all of a sudden it did jump to a significantly taller one. It would seem that there is leeway in the county's ability to interpret that where they can let them go that much higher. But it was initially presented to have been smaller.
It's presented 36 feet and it is 36 feet. He dropped the elevation to accommodate.
I mean, like the original 2016 picture had a little short building.
It looked like the pool was up higher and they had a subgrade element to the building, and that does not appear to be part of the project anymore. So the overall height of the building is very similar when you account for the parking level structure and the elevated pool. If you push the pool down, the height of the building didn't change relative to sea level.
Okay.
And I think that's what is so, I guess, deceiving about the comparison of the two drawings is that the new facility looks taller relative to grade, but it doesn't exceed the original presented height from sea level.
Okay.
And so I can see why people would be disarmed by the two drawings comparatively speaking, but you can't compare the new building to the original building because the original building had cabana structures pushed all the way to the west side up against his property, and they've moved everything over away from his property. They've held it back so that he had that view corridor. And so you're comparing apples and oranges, and that's the thing that I think is so difficult here, is that there's this settlement agreement that happened somewhere along the way that this building technically meets all the development order criteria, but there's this other document that we're not privy to, but that the Mitchell brothers presented to us, and it appears that they have signed off on this massing that the building's been designed to. So I wish we were allowed to know what was in that document, but just looking at
I don't think we need to know what's in the document. I think what we need to do is look at the 2016, and the 2016 conceptual, and if they made this a change, that, we don't care what's in it. Yeah, it's nice to know that he agreed to a height in it, but also I think that agreed height was in the 2016 order. I think the agreed height is in the 2021 order. So technically, it doesn't matter.
if you look at the 2016 order, the pool was up here, hiding the ground floor of that building. They pushed
But I
the
think
pool
all that
down.
was conceptual, was it? And isn't it testimony that you could take an amend from it, and that's what they did?
Understood it as conceptual, that the footprint was what they laid out.
Right. And they described the height, and they live within that height.
Still within that bounds, it seems like to me. Like you said, they don't have to go with the parking space or anything. As a architectural drawing, they can change the way the outside looks. From the picture, like you said, the picture could be even decreasing because the pool, if the pool dropped down, overall appearance of the building looks a lot nicer.
There were significant concessions on the Strand side throughout.
Mr. Jack, what do you think? You had something to say earlier, what do you think?
No, I was just still confused over the square footage and trying to make that make sense in my head. It has changed significantly, but if
Square foot is footprint, but as testimony from the engineer, testimony from Mr. Carpenter, testimony from Mr. Burgess on projects, and I think testimony from Jeff, he might not know it yet, that, the pool house is a footprint.
if that's the case, then they're completely within the right to do what they're doing.
This is definitely most likely going to be appealed, and then maybe Judge Lewis will look at that and see if we're right. But, with all the testimony that's been given, I think that you have to assume that the footprint is correct. Mr. Henderson? Anything else? You get sleepy?
Mr. Johnson, before you take a vote, now just so we're clear, this is not on the permit. This is only in reference to the addendum that was referenced.
That's slow.
It's late. I just want to make sure you know.
We're gonna get to that permit real quickly. We're not even gonna open up anyway. Have a motion to deny the appeal and a second. How the board vote? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? We denied your appeal. Now let's deal with the permit. It's 11:30, 10:30.
11:30 to me, but
That is right.
hour ahead of you. On the appeal, on the building permit appeal.
That's item number 10.
Correct. Let me have is Mr. Carpenter around?
Mr. Carpenter's still here, yes. Mr. Carpenter, come up and let Mr. Gilday.
With regard to the building permit, what development order authorizes that building permit?
I think the original development order originally authorized that building.
And the original development permit that authorizes the building was based upon the architectural elevations that we went through during the appeal, the May 2016 decision to approve the PUD, correct?
No, sir. I disagree with that. It was based on the entire amount of competent substantial evidence that was presented at that hearing. All of the evidence. The renderings were merely one representation of what the conceptual proposed design was going to be throughout the entire development.
Okay. And so the renderings that were considered in 2016 are different than the renderings that are shown for the beach club as it's now submitted to the building department, correct?
The civil plans were adopted as a component of the BCC final order in 2016. The architectural renderings were not a part of the specific development order approval.
Well,
BCC's final order approval.
Aren't the architectural renderings required in order to determine whether you can approve the PUD?
They were submitted as part of one of the components along with a whole list of submittal requirements. The board reviewed those and made a final decision that did not include specifying that those architectural renderings be made a part of the development order like the civil plans are.
That's all I have for Mr. Carpenter.
Mr. Howell, do you have any questions?
Based upon the denial of the appeal, I don't think, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you.
All right. Just wanted to be clear, Mr. Carpenter, when you say authorized
do you mean authorized in relation to the civil plans that were attached to the conceptual DO?
Yes.
Then, were there elevations or specific design approvals included in the detailed PUD?
No, there were not.
Was there a requirement that those, well,
Not beyond height and setbacks.
that's
and
what I
footprint.
wanted to get to.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gilday,
I don't
as
have
you
anything-
were saying?
I don't have anything further other than same arguments that I made with regard to the approval of the addendum, that there's no development order that supports the construction, the
We're-
issuance of the
We're going to give
construction.
you the opportunity to do your summation. Mr. Hall, you have something to say?
Mr. Chairman, this board's already ruled on the compliance between the litany of development orders, the addendum, and the building permit design that we're now appealing. The basis for the appeal was that it did not match what was provided in these development orders. I think this board has seen that it matches to the extent that it needs to legally in order to approve the building permit itself.
Okay.
You want to put in staff's report?
We're going to enter the staff report.
Just summarized it for you.
Mr. Roberts, make it short.
I move that the response in opposition to notice of appeal of issuance of building permit 20-1214 be moved into evidence.
It's going to be public.
Make it public, composite, or is it just one document? I think there's some attachments, yeah. It'll just be, Public's Exhibit 1.
No, we already had the public.
That was in the last case, so this will be Exhibit 1 for this
In
case.
set. So entered.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, real quick? Mr. Hall, do your summation.
I've already done that.
Mr. Gilday?
There's nothing further I can say about this.
It's my understanding, Mr. Gilday, if we would have found in favor of your appeal, then you would have the right to appeal the building permit.
Right,
Since we took and found denied your appeal, then I don't think we could, should even really consider this. But since you did not withdraw it, then we're gonna have to take an issue, but we can't really deny this appeal when we didn't uphold this appeal when we didn't uphold the other appeal. Would you not agree with that?
I agree, but I'm not withdrawing it, so you need to rule on it.
We would definitely do that. Close the public discussion.
Motion to close.
Second. Motion. Wait a minute. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Motion. You got a motion to deny the appeal or uphold the appeal?
Make a motion, we deny that.
We got a motion to deny it. Second.
Second.
Discussion. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Bill Day, we appreciate it. Mr. Mitchell, we appreciate you coming and being a concerned citizen. Thank you, sir.
Or Daryl, but I thought Jack or
I don't
somebody, or
think he
Paul
likes
had
those.
also seconded. So I just was making
Did
sure
not?
who you listed.
I don't think he likes those. He
Oh.
gave you-
Oh, you want to approve
Gotta do
those
the
minutes?
Motion to
Wait a
approve the
minute.
minutes.
Wait. Motion to approve the minutes?
Motion
April minutes, I'm sorry, April.
Motion to approve the April
Second.
minutes.
Second.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Motion to adjourn,
Motion to adjourn.
second.
Second.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
I'm gone. So y'all sending in your resignation letters?
I'll ask for a raise.
Well, hey, you got some pizza tonight.
All
raise.
time
Turn a
since we
stick in the
have
eye.
one this long.